Good morning. Y'all, I am playing catch up, but I think I'm almost caught up, okay? Okay, it is on there, okay. Alrighty. Y'all. Good morning. As y'all can see, have been up long before I probably should have, and I still need to get my coffee. So let me go turn my coffee on. I wanted to try to use little this other mic so I can carry y'all with me when I go look at other devices. I want to try that today. We haven't made it that far. However, I am in the process of recapping Mr. James McDonald. If y'all did not get a chance to see Mr. James McDonald yesterday, I believe he's brother, god brother, something like that. They said of Tupac. Y'all got to watch him, okay? Now, as far as the Tupac trial, I know there were a few days they had scheduled where they would be afternoon only. Today is one of those days, so they will not actually. Laura, he told that man, this man gonna send you to prison. He told Keffe, listen, he finna send you to prison. But when that lawyer was goofy enough to say, we're trying to find out who shot Tupac, he said, and looked at Keffe like, dude, this your lawyer? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Y'all so lucky he a pawpaw, but he almost popped off, okay? When James McDonald told him, listen, you better shut him up. And when Reggie Wright Jr. called Keffe D a crackhead, baby, we understood that this was one of a kind. And I think people always try to explain to folks who weren't there that y'all think y'all YNs, right? But those folks back in the 90s was a different breed. And I think James McDonald shows why Woody ain't what you... Now, I won't say Woody ain't what you think he is, because Woody is everything you think he is. But there was somebody long before Woody, okay? And there was somebody long before Woody and before camera phones. Called that man a crackhead. I said, you know what? Do you know what? Couple of things that were very enlightening to me yesterday. I will say, even thinking I'm a absolute diehard fan in all of that, few things. What was it? I meant to look and see for the date. Suge's friend, I meant to look his name up, that passed in September 25th, I believe, of 95. That was like basically the kickoff of all of this. Um, we always thought, or it was interesting to find out because, of course, this wouldn't have been probably been televised. We always thought that Tupac went to Vegas to walk Tyson out. Remember Tyson and Tupac walked out together when Tyson went to the ring for those 2 minutes. Um, but to know that their lawyers had it finagled, we knew that Tupac was out on an appellate bond, which is how he got out. Um, we were always we always thought that Tupac's bond was paid by Death Row, and that's how he kind of ended up in debt to Death Row and in that contract because they paid his bond and got him out of prison that the day Suge went to go see him. We all know that Tupac was in a way because there's no way as at that time popular as he was or how much money he was thought to have had. He didn't have any because he couldn't pay that bond. Um, so that in my brain always caused a level of loyalty, right? Um, which James McDonald said they all kind of had that blind loyalty to Suge because he was grabbing guys the second they got out of prison and was putting money in their pockets. Um, but to know that it was a retired police officer who had a boxing, um, some sort of boxing thing for children, and they were going to have a benefit and that a boxing benefit for this retired officer's boxing club, right? That he was for the community. So we know on one hand, Club 662 is set to open. We're thinking this is some big performance that's supposed to happen. Tupac was supposed to perform. All the while on the back end, Suge is trying to secure the permits because it wasn't really his club yet. And so he's trying to get the license and everything switched over. So in the meantime, in between time, he's trying to show Vegas that he's given to the community. So he has this boxing benefit where the retired cop is there. And then he has, okay, I'm gonna make it real big, and Tupac is going to perform. We're going to show that we're doing something for the community. We're going to show that we're supporting this boxing club. What better night to support a boxing club than on the night that Tyson is fighting in Vegas? And then what bigger star at the time would there have been but Tupac? All the while, the commingling in the back, Tupac is satisfying community service hours because he's performing for a benefit. And Suge trying to get them to sign these papers, this permit over to him. I said, baby, if they weren't doing two things at one time, at all times, so I did get all of my notes, but I didn't get everything recorded. So we're still recording McDonald, but I will be able to get McDonald completed today and probably get all caught up on Tupac today. Um, I think I'm all the way through McDonald up until the part where he basically said that he had his security and Reggie Wright had his, right? Basically, he said that Reggie Wright security was going to do it the right way, and his security did what Reggie's wouldn't. Basically, he said Reggie Wright security was going to walk you out. His security was going to drag you out. So we're about there. So it's right back before he starts to explain going back to Compton. And then I was scared when the jury asked him a question, but the jury's not playing, are they? Jury is not playing. When that jury said, "Hey, you showed us 8 cones, but we only saw 7 bullets. Did y'all lose a bullet?" And they had to tell them it's 7 bullets in a fragment. That's why it was 8 cones. This just ooh, excuse me. This jury is solving the case, okay? They're not just sitting there. They are being Benson and Stabler, okay? This jury is not playing. Not at all. Also today, let me look and see. Um, Now, also today, okay, so we have day 3 of Lindsay's case in chief today. I already said that the Tupac trial will not be starting until 1 p.m. Pacific, so that's not until 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I can't say that we'll be able to watch it live today because it's Wednesday. Um, so depending on what goes on with Lindsay, I may or may not be able to come back on, but your nephews will be home early today. The next thing will be at 9 a.m. Central. So in about 45 minutes, they are set to go back into the courthouse in Callan County in regards to Carmelo Anthony and their request for recusal of Judge Roach. That will be heard. I also know that there's a motion on the table and a dream team standing behind it in regards to getting or trying to get Carmelo Anthony a new trial. Of course, this is the issue that took place in Callan County at the track meet. Young man Carmelo Anthony claimed self-defense, that he was approached by Austin Metcalf and his twin brother. An altercation ensues. Austin Metcalf is poked in the chest, and he ultimately passes at the age of 17 from his injuries. We know that Carmelo Anthony was convicted of this unaliving. Self-defense was not considered in their because they came to this verdict of first degree, nothing lesser, and they sentenced him to 35 years. However, as soon as this was over, there were no audio or video out in the courtroom. And as soon as this was over, the judge did an interview, which was really weird. There was a lot of tension going on. And from what we're finding out, a lot of possible back end deals. We'll see. Are they
Good
going
morning, everyone. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. Before we get going, we may have a little bit of a delay actually starting at this point through no fault really of anyone. So I just kind of wanted to come out. So maybe we go sidebar, kind of talk about what the schedule is, and just so everybody's aware that we're trying to get this moving. So, Council.
Oh, wow. So what time are we starting? I guess we're getting ready to find out. If they're going to have a really large delay, then depending on what time or how long they're going to take, we might have to go back and watch James McDonald. We might have to watch that together. If you did not get a chance to see James McDonald, and I know it's late for those on the East Coast, but yeah. Keisha, don't eat anything or drink anything while he's talking. You'll choke. Okay. While they're sidebar, I'm gonna go at least turn my coffee on. 1 second, guys. Man, that man, Woody don't have nothing on this man, okay? Imagine Woody, but he's at the age where you can't tell him nothing. Oh, goodness, let me turn my coffee on. We got it all turned on. Alrighty. I'm here so I don't get fired. That was the best.
All right. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to be in recess, and we'll come back as soon as we can in regards to this. We'll resume the trial at that time. Okay. Thank you.
All rise.
Now, what does as soon as we can mean? Hold on, guys, which means I guess we're going to start our morning off with James McDonald, okay? So what I'm going to do until we hear otherwise, because James McDonald was not the only person that we kind of needed to get to, you know. James McDonald, they also started with Reggie Wright Jr., which, you know, Reggie Wright Jr. has been accused of being a part of what happened to Tupac. Reggie Wright Jr. Sr. was the lieutenant that was part of the gang unit that got allegedly, there was so much corruption in the Compton PD that they like kind of removed that whole police department. It was a lot. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna go to Mr. James McDonald. And you can tell when he walks in that Keffe D don't want, like, it's like, why are you here? Like, you can just see. They did take a minute to come in, but I just want y'all to catch this look he gave.
We're back on record in State versus Davis, which is C377407. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury back in?
No.
Okay, sounds good. Let's bring the jury in. Please rise for the jury, guys.
Okay, the funny thing is, if you stand up with one of these screens on, you can't read.
the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're still in the state's case in chief. State, who's your next witness?
James McDonald.
McDonald or McConnell? McDonald.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
James McDonald, JAMES, McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Cole, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order. Is that right?
Correct.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything like that.
Not at all.
Okay. But you were instructed by a court that you had to attend.
Yes.
I want to ask you about September 7th, 1996. Were you at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Club 662?
It was a club that Suge bought and we operated it. When he opened, I was head of security through the neighborhood. Just a place to go and hang out.
Did the number 662 mean anything?
Well, to the new guys, that was part of our neighborhood 662,
Okay.
MOB.
Okay, MOB. And when you say MOB, there used to be before Apple iPhones and those types of things, when you had to have landlines and you pressed numbers, 662, there would be letters under those numbers, and M and O would be under 6. Is that right?
Right.
And B would be under 2.
Yes.
So 662 would be MOB.
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about Suge, are you talking about Suge Knight?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Suge?
He lived in my neighborhood.
And is that in Compton?
Yes.
When you were at Club 662, you said you were head of security.
Yes.
Was somebody by the name of Reggie Wright Jr. there with you?
Not at that time.
No?
No.
When was he with you?
I got out of prison in 1988. She came and got me in 1988. Like 4 days from coming home. Started another company, Burn Hill Records. Then Death Row Records came. Soon as Death Row was launched, Reggie came a few months after that.
Okay, so we're talking about the start of Death Row Records. Reggie wasn't part of Death Row Records initially, but you were.
Yes.
And then Suge Knight, was he the boss of Death Row Records?
Yes.
Okay. Was Suge from the same neighborhood?
From the mob?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Suge was, he was guilty by association.
Okay.
He wasn't from the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood. We looked at him as somebody from the neighborhood. When he started Death Row and started to recruit us, then yes, he's from the hood.
So I guess there's a difference between living on a certain street versus being from the hood.
Yeah.
And how would you describe that difference?
I look at it, you have 3 different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association from living in that area.
And can you tell me what the difference between a gang member and a gangbanger is?
A gang member hangs out. A gangbanger handles his business, put in work, do what the gang do.
And what was your role with Death Row?
I was the guy that if something happened, Suge would have you take care of that. Like Snoop Dogg trial, there was issues up there. I was sent up there to make sure those problems didn't happen again.
And are those problems, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics, but are those problems meaning issues with other people who might be gangbanging or might be trying to threaten folks? That type of
Correct. Yes.
And you are somebody that Suge relied on to be able to protect his roster of music artists and other things like that.
Correct.
And after you were asked to help out with Snoop, did Snoop have any other problems?
No, we didn't have one issue at court.
Now, I'm going to ask you, fast forward a little bit, to were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Would you say they were somebody you were in alliance with or a rivalry with?
Right.
And would sometimes those that rivalry get violent?
Anytime you're dealing with the gang life is going to be violent at any given time.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Tupac?
He was assigned to death row.
And when he was signed with Death Row, would he also hang out with you guys?
He hung with my brother now. Yeah. Not me.
Who is your brother?
Alton McDonald, Buntry Ave.
Did he went by Buntry?
Yeah.
Now, during this time, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had an issue with rappers from the East Coast?
I think Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight and Puck.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was. And we all fell. Some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS, should I say. And that was a situation between record companies, not gangs. So technically it wasn't our business. But when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Suge, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to Keffe D now, and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
Are you serious? Don't ask me that right here. I can't say that on both sides. When each neighborhood met each other, there was a lot of tension. I'd say that.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about September 7th, 1996. Mm-hmm. Were you in Las Vegas on September 7th of 1996?
Yes.
Why were you in Las Vegas?
To run the security at 662. We were having issues with individuals that said that they were coming for whatever reason they was coming for and to come to 662. My job was to not let that happen.
Similar to the kind of security you were asked to apply in the whole Snoop Dogg situation.
It didn't have nothing to do with Snoop Dogg. It was, everybody came, well, Suge and Bunch and them, his entourage, everybody went for the fight. My job and all of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662. So we were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it, prepared to do that. So nobody else was going to come up there and disrupt it in that manner. But if anybody remember that night, it was so many Metro and everybody there. No, neither side could have did anything. So it was calm, it was peaceful.
So when you say there's so much Metro there, you're talking about so much Metro at Club 662?
It was police all over the place.
Now you said you were there to be on the lookout for something. What were you?
You said I was on the lookout for nothing.
I apologize. You were there. In order to ensure there weren't any problems. Is that fair?
To make sure everything was good.
And because you had heard there might be some issues.
Right.
And what were the issues that you were concerned about?
Individuals coming up there creating an issue we was having with different sides of from with Crips, period.
Yeah. So you were worried about Crips. Not worried. I'm sorry. You were there providing security to ensure that Crips did not initiate any violence at Club 662.
Not just Crips, that nothing would happen.
Okay.
Period.
Okay. And then when you were there, was Reggie Wright Jr. with you that night at September 7th, 1996 at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Reggie doing there?
Reggie's job was to watch me and make sure I don't get in trouble. Everybody knew how I was. So Reggie, everybody else went to the fights. Reggie was there to watch me with the people that was there.
And I'm guessing that you were not the only person there making sure there wasn't any problems at Club 662.
I'm positive it was 30, 40 Pyrus there.
And again, that was to make sure that there wasn't any violence that occurred at Club 662.
Right.
When at some point that night, do you learn that Tupac or Suge had been shot?
That night, yes.
Can you tell me how you learned about that?
Well, people was coming back and was explaining that Tupac and Suge just got shot. Everybody was in a uproar. A lot of people started leaving, trying to get over there on Cobalt. We couldn't leave because we didn't pay to do this here. It wasn't too long after people started coming back, like Haron came back and went to the hospital. The majority of the people was leaving and then coming back because that night they said Tupac was going to be all right. And even Suge came back with a little bandage on his head. And we thought everything was good. People kept partying.
So, and when Suge came back, you said he had a bandage on his head, but
the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
Some people would describe being shot in the head, even slightly.
You described it as that. I mean,
Yeah.
you're wrong.
All right. So when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that Reggie Wright Jr. is responsible for the murder of Tupac.
And it's so not true. His father was implicated, and his father had something to do with it. Reggie Wright used to be a police officer. And here again, I've been knowing Reggie Wright over 50 years. His daddy as a police officer. patrolling my neighborhood. He done took me to jail many times when I messed up. If Reggie killed Tupac, then death row is over with. Tupac was the money source. Tupac was that guy at death row. So Reggie would have had a problem if he would have did that. And Suge, I truly believe Suge would have opened his mouth if Reggie betrayed him like that. So people say what they want to say.
After that night, do you stick around in Las Vegas or do you go back to Compton?
Well, I stayed in Vegas and we left that morning because we knew we was going to have neighborhood issues, and everybody left and went back to Compton.
Why were you thinking you might have neighborhood issues?
Well, you asking me some. The issues that we was having was heated, and Compton was on fire at the time, and things were happening. And me personally, staying in Vegas wasn't worth it. That man in the hospital, it's time to go and protect your home front and be prepared for whatever happened there. You know what I'm saying? Like the other side was being prepared and was prepared to do things because Orlando got beat up in there. And that's something you don't tolerate. So you was going to get some repercussion from that and everything else that was going on. So living this life, you got to be ready. If you not, you might as well just lay down.
Now, you weren't there for the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM, were you?
No, I was.
Yeah, like we talked earlier, you were at 662.
Yeah.
But are you aware of why Orlando was targeted?
I'm aware of a lot of things. Things that was going on. People ain't talked about it in 30 years. Today ain't one of them. I don't mean to be funny, but here's the thing. A lot of things happened that night. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. Me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong. A lot of people got hurt behind this situation in itself. Living the life and how we lived in Compton is one thing. You bring back all of the guys that made it, like me, I'm 61 years old now, to rehash and relive this situation again. I told every attorney in here that tried to get me to come here, you better treat me as a hostile witness. And I think that's where I'm about to go now, because you're asking me questions. I can't answer those questions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Then I'm not going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me. That's how I was living.
Why is that?
That's what I was back then.
And so, is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice, or you can't be there.
I'm sorry. We're doing some side talking. No, that's my fault. I asked, would the being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is punking you, like by punching you in the face or something like that, you would have to retaliate, or you would lose your place in the neighborhood.
You would have to go back home and fight everybody that called you a punk. You would have to go.
Where's the line?
There's some rules that you roll with, and some rules you just got to handle. Certain things need to be dealt with, adjusted, living that life. And when I was living that life, it wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I was shot him, to be honest.
Point blank.
So
and
then
period.
you had mentioned,
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you to go
Paul,
into
go
any
pow, pow.
specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas, there were issues between the neighborhoods. How long did that last? Was it like, all right, one day we're good, everything's done, or did it last for longer than that?
No, it was tension in the air for quite a long time until I guess both sides, and he might agree, just said, let that shit go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and Keffe D. And people put themselves in situations like myself. I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in a situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. I did it for a paycheck. I did it on some just because. I'm older now. I get it. But we did things for all the wrong reasons at that time, in them days.
Of course, indulgent. Your Honor, State will pass a witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Sims.
Sir, have you ever met me?
Excuse me?
Have you ever met me before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to your testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to is the time that you told them, like, hey, any attorney here is better treat me as hostile because...
Yeah, I told him I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, a couple questions for you, sir. And this is more for clarification. So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662.
Yes.
Explain for us a little bit about the club. Was that Shook's club or was it somebody else's club?
Sure, to my understanding.
Okay. And when you were there as head of security, were you there? Had you worked there as head of security prior to this particular night?
We did an event there once before. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And on this particular night, was this an event like some type of fundraiser or something for police officers or anything like that? Do you recall what the event was for?
We wouldn't have been there.
Okay.
No.
What was the reason for the event?
It was Mike Tyson fight. Tyson was coming back. Tupac was supposed to perform like other people, and we was there for that.
Okay. Can you describe for us how big the club is so that we can...
30 years ago, a little bit bigger than this room.
So it's relatively, it's not like a 2-story. It's not,
it's
you know.
small.
All right. And in terms of the club itself, you were there and you were sharing with us that there were other people that were there.
Yes.
Law enforcement as well as I don't know, people from your side of town.
Oh, law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, why y'all put words in my mouth?
Sure.
They were outside.
Okay.
We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So as far as you know, law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security?
No, this was Metro posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there. Like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come
I know
in?
for a fact he didn't hire the Metro police.
Okay. Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table. We had at least 30, 40 of my homeboys there. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what Suge paid us for working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge. The homies was there for Suge Knight. Reggie Wright hired his company to watch over.
All right, y'all, we're going to save some of the comedic relief to get us through. They are back in Clancy. So here we go. We'll save some James because he's going to get real out of character, okay?
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, before the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Nice to see all of you. I appreciate you being here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the questions that you know are coming, and then what we'll do is we'll get right back into the case. So the first question is: any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do now is we broke yesterday. There was a witness on the stand who was testifying on behalf of the defense. We're going to return to that witness at this point. And so if the witness could retake the stand at this time. Yeah.
Good morning. This morning, sir, that the testimony made in the judicial court and the jury that nothing between the law and the defense shall be
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I'm going to try to just redirect towards the interview that you had of Lindsay regarding her journey. On November 29th of 2022, do you recall which healthcare provider she visited?
I believe that Ms. Clancy saw Ms. Gelada for treatment.
That'd be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Do you know what she complained on November 29th that her symptoms were?
She was having issues with unstable mood, depression, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation.
Did she also, on that date, November 29th of 22, complain that she had what is referred to as a flattened effect?
Yes, and that was also paired with derealization.
And what does that mean?
That an individual experiencing derealization doesn't feel things are real when they look around. They don't think that what they're seeing is in the reality that they're in.
Now, at this time, towards the end of November into early December of 22, she was living in Duxbury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she's living with her husband and her three young children, correct?
Yes.
And was the husband working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Pardon me, Attorney Reddington?
Where was he working?
He was working for Microsoft, but in a home office that was in the basement of the house.
And she's obviously taking care of Callan the infant and Dawson and, Cora.
Yes.
Right? And the kids were in school a couple of days a week in the preschool, the Little Sprouts or something like that, right?
Yes.
So did she improve at that point, sir, or did she end up going to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She did not improve. she was getting worse, she did go to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
And would that be on December 2nd?
December 2nd, yes.
And what was the reason, what were her complaints that brought her to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She felt that her brain was damaged. She felt that she should kill herself. And she's never going to get any better.
Did she also express fear that people could hear her thoughts and that anything adverse would happen in her life regarding being a mother and having children?
Yes, that's called thought broadcasting.
And what was her concern about the children?
Her concern was that when people could hear her thoughts, her children would be removed from her care.
Now, and keep your voice up, please.
Yes.
Did she indicate, and I quote, that she had bad and intrusive thoughts, and she didn't even feel that they were like mine, telling me I should kill myself, my brain is damaged, you're never going to get better?
Yes.
And did that type of intrusive thought or persecutory thought continue for a period of time?
Yes. So it got
Did
worse.
it get so bad that she ended up doing something?
Yes, that's correct.
What did she do?
She called the suicide hotline.
And do you know when that was, sir?
That was December 4th, 2022.
Did she receive any help from the suicide hotline?
She did not.
Why is that?
They told her she did not meet the standard of care because she did not have a plan.
Did she call the suicide hotline again, if you're aware?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was? Was that in December?
Yes, I believe that was perhaps the following week around the 15th, but I'm not positive about that.
Did she receive help on the second call that she called the suicide hotline?
No, she did not.
Can you tell us at this point now, we're talking about in December, let's say towards December 15th or thereabouts, what were her symptoms at that time regarding any complaints or observations that she had about paranoia or things of that nature?
Yes. She was having paranoid symptoms of psychoses, and she was getting more depressed.
Did she make any comments about DCF or the police at that point?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did she ever have any involvement in her entire life with the police?
Never.
And did she express that she was in fear or concerned about DCF and or the police in the middle of December 22?
Very much so.
What did she say?
She was worried that her children would be removed from her and that she would never see them again.
Now, at this point, what medication was she on? First paragraph, page 9.
She started to take, at that point, Seroquel, Remeron, and Klonopin.
Did she make any complaints at that point about the effect, if any, of
Yeah.
medications?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she felt like a zombie.
Did she present with any particular medical observation that you refer to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, paragraph 1 on page 9, you indicate she presented with anhedonia.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Anhedonia is a word that means without pleasure. When someone has anhedonia, they cannot enjoy life. They don't laugh. They have no pleasure.
Continuing on into December, what was her status of her condition of depression and symptoms of paranoia and intrusive thoughts, et cetera, that we've talked about?
It continued unabated.
On December 15th of 22, right before the holidays, did she go somewhere?
Yes, she did.
Where'd she go?
She went to the clinic in Rhode Island, Parents and Women's Clinic, partial day hospitalization program.
And she didn't get any help there either, right?
That's correct.
Did she go at some point around that same time frame to Mass General Hospital?
Yes, she did.
Now, you knew that she worked at Mass General Hospital for 9 years, right?
That's correct, in labor
Wasn't
and
there-
delivery.
She wasn't there visiting friends, right?
That's correct.
Why was she there?
She was there in the emergency room to seek help.
Did she get help on that day?
She did not.
So after going to the MGH ER, at some point in December 30th, what did she do?
She went back to the emergency room at Mass General.
Now, for example, on December 15th, did Pat Clancy, her husband, get involved with her medical treatment?
Yes.
And do the medical records indicate that he did something with her?
Yes, he brought her to the partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island.
Did he also bring her to the Mass General Hospital ER?
Yes, he did.
Did he also bring her to see the doctor or the nurse practitioner, Gelater, and complain about the medication?
Yes.
So December 30th or 31st of 2022, she was admitted voluntarily to McLean, right?
That's correct, yes.
How long was she there for?
She was there till the 5th. She was discharged January 5th, 2023.
Was that a voluntary discharge? They cleared her as well to be discharged?
Yes.
That was not what is referred to as AMA, or against medical advice, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, that's not AMA. It's not against medical advice. She was following hospital guidelines. She was discharged accordingly.
And she wanted to go to her daughter's some function?
She wanted to go to her daughter Cora's birthday party, which was held on the 7th of January.
Now, at this point, what was her status? Was she weaned off of medication, or on her way to being weaned off of medication when she got out of McLean?
I believe so, yes. She was being tapered down on her medication.
And what was the medication that she was tapered down on?
I believe it was Seroquel and Klonopin.
Did her intrusive thoughts and the paranoia, did that abate? Did that stop?
It did not.
Now, when she was home in the month of January after Cora's birthday, which I think was on January 7th, did she continue to have these intensive intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Can you tell us, when we say intrusive thoughts, is she referring to intrusive thoughts like you might think of something coming up next week that's bothersome, or is this a indication, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, of medical certainty as to what she was experiencing at that point in January of 2023?
She wasn't just having everyday thoughts that we all have, reminding ourselves to do something, which we make note of, and then we move on. Intrusive thoughts are unrelenting. They don't stop. They're what we call ego dystonic. You don't want them. They keep interfering with your ability to get through the day.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued, she was, to your knowledge, using her computer to look up drugs and interactions and side effects and things of that nature?
Yes.
If a person is in a psychosis, or as I think you said, premorbidly psychosis, are they able to do things like look up things on a computer?
Yes.
And you're aware that she actually at one point looked up, can you cure, I think, a sociopath or a psychopath or something like that?
It was sociopath, yes.
Is that indicative of her feeling that she is a homicidal maniac and has to have some help, or is that in the same time frame that she was Googling all of the effects of medications on a human being?
Is it an objection?
Yes.
Yeah, sustained.
So during the period that she was Googling, well, let me ask you, what was she Googling?
Googling words about sociopaths, sociopathy. Can you treat a sociopath? What are hallucinations?
What else?
Bear with me one moment, if you don't mind.
Well, you had a chance. Did you look at the Google searches that she had
Yes,
done that's in evidence and the jurors were able to look at it?
yes,
Did she continue to Google the effects of medication, psychosis, numbness, heaviness, unable to, things like that?
yes. All things that are related to the
And
way
if
she
a
was
person
feeling.
is in a psychotic state, are they able to continue to Google and use a computer to look things up?
Yes,
They're able to use a phone?
yes.
They're
People
able-
who are in that state can do things they've done before. New tasks may be difficult, like changing a tire, but if you looked up things on the internet, you can look them up again. If you drove a car, you can drive a car.
Now, the morning of January 24th, I believe she went somewhere. Is that right?
Yes.
Where'd she go?
She's taken her daughter to a pediatrician, a standing pediatrician appointment.
And is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person who's in a psychotic state is able to drive a car for a short distance, go to an appointment and interact and talk to people?
Yes, they can do everyday tasks of living.
So the fact that she's not talking about the unicorns in the corner and she's not slurring her speech and she's not unable to walk, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does that mean that she's not in a psychotic state?
It does not.
Would you tell us, after she took Cora to the doctors and the jurors have had a chance to look at the exhibits, there's photographs between her and her husband, Pat, back and forth. In the afternoon, what did she do?
She built a snowman in the backyard
Did
with
she
two of her kids.
later in that day Google directions to a restaurant, 3V restaurant?
Yes.
Is that something that a person can do when they're in that type of a?
I think this is the first time we ever heard where the voices
of
came
intrusive
from, that
thoughts,
she's
your
had these intrusive
interview,
thoughts
your
were
understanding,
persistent,
a stop
and the
at that point on
persistent
January
thoughts came
24th.
with voices that were always telling her to
Did they
unalive
continue?
herself. That's the
Yes.
first time we've heard that.
And did she communicate by text with her husband about getting dinner and getting something from CVS?
Yes.
And what was it? Was it Pedialex?
Pedialac or Flexlax, it's a stool softener for her child.
And that's something that was prescribed by the doctor, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense that if somebody is in a state where they're having these symptoms, that they're able to remember that the doctor?
So quick question, because I could be missing it. Dr. Zizell said that she had the persistent thoughts, which I do believe could be possible because of the fact that she was Googling all of these hallucinations and things of that nature. But who did she tell? I don't think that was documented that she told anybody. And then about the actual voices. Is it possible that she was hearing voices? Yes, because she was Googling hallucinations. But where is Dr. Zizell getting this information that all of those intrusive thoughts through Gelada and through Tufts and through McLean, that she was having all of these intrusive thoughts that were persistent, and the persistent thoughts also included voices, and the voices was always telling her to kill herself? Like, where is this documented? Where is Zizell getting this? Or did he get this in his 45, 46 visits after the fact? Because that's not what's in those documents. She didn't tell anybody this. I don't doubt she was having issues because she Googled the mess. But she tells nobody. She has thoughts that the teachers know that something's wrong. She has thoughts that all this other stuff is going. Her mandated reporter of a sister ain't told nobody nothing. Ain't nobody even made sure they laid eyes on her. So Zizell, where are you getting these voices from? Because we've never heard voices. I'm glad we heard them, because now it makes some sense that a voice would come back and say what they say. She said, this is your last chance, but this is after. Okay, I'm sorry.
Wanted the child to have Pedialex, and she tells her husband to get Pedialex?
Yes, it does not interfere with that type of everyday living.
She indicated to you, sir, that that evening after the husband had, oh, by the way, was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis.
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages and the injuries and going to the hospital. Doctor, based on your review of all of the medical records, did you administer any testing, by the way, to her? Like you were talking about psychological testing?
Yes.
And what were the psychological tests that you performed?
Initially, I did a mini mental status exam, MMSE. It's just a common test
Wait a
about
minute.
orientation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Oh,
NSE? What is that?
MMSE, mini mental status examination. Very common test.
Okay.
Demonstrating whether someone has a field of knowledge, who's the president, what direction should travel, and basic things like where are you, what day is today, who are you? And then I did another test as well.
What other test was that, sir?
That's the HARE psychopathy checklist, HARE.
What does that do?
That's a measure of antisocial personality disorder.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon the scale that you used to assess whether or not Lindsay Clancy had anti-personality disorder?
Yes.
What was the result?
The result is that she does not have any type of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
In addition to reviewing the medical records and testing and meeting with her, did you also interview third parties?
Yes.
Is that referred to in the psychology as collateral contacts?
Yes.
And you reviewed and interviewed a number of people in her family or friends or people in her social circle, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, sir, to a reasonable degree? Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Mass General Hospital doing a major research program on postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And did they publish an article, a significant article, regarding the circumstances, symptomology, and things of that nature of postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression? Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still?
Yes.
Unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or in the disjunctive, was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, Kamal?
I don't know, Zizel. I don't know about that.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you a little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
Oh, you're not about to shoot me
And
with one
fair to
in, are
say,
you?
you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when you say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner through the DOC.
Right. And you're an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes.
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
They are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So yeah, big umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings, the Department of Corrections sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's the district attorney's office who's the moving party.
Yes.
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
Never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find they're not sexually dangerous, you'd testify for the respondent.
Yes, we're neutral.
So you're not testifying for the Commonwealth. You're, as in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous, when you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And the way I see it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, But on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say?
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
Where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned to all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but I
It
work
just
with
requires
him.
a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience, but as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not.
You
And I
don't
was
have a
not. I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today, and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct, but I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was
No,
not in the
you better
military.
clarify that.
I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work with the military, but thank you. So in here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
And you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they are law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify as you are today as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards
What did you
in
do?
place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators.
Now, the sad part about this, I'm getting nervous, is that if he didn't follow any certain standards, he could possibly have people judge whether or not Lindsay was actually in a state, which I do believe she was in a state. Psychosis, I'm not sure. And that she did herself a disservice by not disclosing, but saying they want all this help. But if he did not follow standards, he's going to make people question Lindsay's mental state just because he simply did not follow a standard.
System, including evaluating consulting and treating, right?
Yes.
And so, fair to say,
What
standard
standard did
7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so, again, in the American Psychological Association Specialty Guidelines,
I don't know if that's going to hit the way you want it to,
Section
ma'am. But I see where you're going.
1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased and impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a standard you strive to follow?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that you've been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Duxbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting
Yes.
that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Hospital or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not a official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Duxbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds right.
What standard did he cross?
And
baby?
that she
Come
is
on.
presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that currently she's still at Duxbury Hospital
Yes.
and currently she's still taking psychotropic medications.
That's true. Yes.
I think you also write in that report, I'll strike that. Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right, right?
Yes.
Because your evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on the, I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental health or mental well-being at the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes,
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
So you went in to visit her.
Yes,
And when you went in to visit her, you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express
And you're
verbal
aware-
language, yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff,
Well,
but not specifically who it was.
a person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Overall.
Yes,
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes,
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes,
She didn't know where she was.
yes,
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes,
So she was able to communicate with you.
yes,
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
yes,
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes,
And she remembered the number?
yes,
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
yes,
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't?
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed her love for him, wanted to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels, different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day.
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick.
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up in my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, which it was, do you?
No.
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in this second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
And at that time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Miss Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
What?
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened.
Well, I'm asking
but they
you.
disclosed, pardon me.
You have to let them finish.
So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with, and Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Oh,
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she
Felt
described
like
intrusive
in a
thoughts, she
voice
never
telling us different things.
referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to.
It's just a yes or no.
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and
it's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Now, in your report,
because sir,
you go through
what happened, friend?
What's called the sources of information. You're familiar with that part? It's pretty standard in a forensic report, right?
Yes.
Where you list all of the things that you've gone through and reviewed in compiling the information for your report.
So in my sources of information, I reviewed the following, but that list is not limited to the following. So there might be other pieces of information that I may have reviewed, but didn't put in the list.
Okay, so not on the list are the Duxbury Hospital records that you said you reviewed recently, correct?
Yes, the 7,000 pages of those hospital notes. I didn't review all of them at the time of the report.
Did you review records from the Spalding Rehab Facility?
Yes.
That's not contained, though, in your list, in your report, is it?
I don't think it is.
And you don't cite to any of the Spalding Rehab records in your report coming to your ultimate conclusions, do you?
I do not.
And how about the women and infant records? Did you list that in your sources of information section?
I do not. She was there for one day.
Okay, but you've testified about that, right?
Yes.
Did you review them at all?
Yes.
And as far as the McLean records, you don't list the McLean records as a source of information in your report, do you?
I did not, but I did review them.
Now, you've described, and you describe in your report, that you believe that Ms. Clancy was hypomanic, right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified to some extent, and you've written in your report that you identify her as euphoric, excessively energetic for 3 months postpartum. Do you remember writing that in your report?
Yes.
That you note that she exercised early, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that she exercised pretty frequently before birth.
Yes.
And while pregnant with Callan.
And while post-pregnancy with her children as well, yes.
So it was part of her routine, fair to say, right?
It's part of everyday living. Things sometimes change when you have a baby, and a few weeks later, if you're still doing the same exercise, it's sometimes a reflection of something other than committed to fitness.
And you identify what you refer to as a marketing scam, being that Beachbody business, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that that's a series of workouts in a line of nutritional shakes and exercise plans that millions of people engage in across the country.
Yes.
So it's not a scam. It's just a way of
That's
a lifestyle choice.
If you do something for marketing and you lose all your money and there's no effort to get that back, it's a scam.
Yeah, you've asked them, you can kind of figure out what his definition is, so.
Did she tell you she lost money with the Beachbody?
Yes.
When was that?
To do that.
It was summer of 2022 after her third child was born.
No, when did she tell you that
When
she
did
lost money?
I don't recall that.
And is it in your report?
It may be, but I'm not sure.
Well, I have it with me, or do you have it up there? Can you look and point to me where she told you, at what point she told you she lost money?
So you're
in this
entering personal
endeavor?
opinion, sir, and oh God. Just stop. Just stick to the report, sir.
I don't know where it is. If it's here, it didn't seem relevant whether she lost money in a scam after her child was born.
Well,
In terms of the big picture of what we're here for today.
You've described it as a scam because you said she lost money. So wouldn't it be important to know if she actually lost money?
I don't really think so.
Okay. You also identify the 5-mile race that she completed. Was it a 5-mile race or a 5K race?
Well, I wasn't sure which it was. I was told initially it was a 5-mile race. After my report was submitted, it may have been, with reflection, a 5K race.
And you've sat in the courtroom each and every day of this trial, so you've heard all the testimony about the evidence, right?
Actually, I've not been here every day, but I've been here most days, yes.
You're also aware that prior to the kids being born, that she considered herself a runner.
Yes.
Right? She had a treadmill at her house. She went to the gym and used the treadmill. She ran other races.
Yes.
Now, in your
He's going to
report,
prove that he's putting in
you
his opinions
indicate
or
that
is somewhat biased. This is not the hill to
part
die on,
of
though. Keep going.
the timeline of her medication and her decline is the September time period where she was prescribed the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that she had reported, and it's reflected in the records, that she increased the Zoloft, and that's when she couldn't sleep for 48 hours straight, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what the instructions were, having reviewed everything in this case, what the pill bottle said as far as the plan for the Zoloft?
I'm not sure specifically the incremental plan to go from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams of Zoloft.
Well, I have the bottle, exhibit number 2.
Here she go with that bottle. We know it's 7 missing, child.
Yes.
Says take 1 oral tablet once a day for 1 week, then increase to 2 tablets daily thereafter.
Right.
Right on the label.
Right. That's 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And again, having been at the majority of this trial, you aware that there were 30 in that prescription and 23 left in the bottle when they were inventoried.
Yes.
And those are pills that were in Patrick Clancy's possession at the time of these events in January. You're aware, right?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle console on the lower part of his truck, the lower part of the middle console in his truck.
So if there's only 7 pills missing from a prescription that requires the person to take a particular dosage for 1 week or 7 days, how did she double the dose?
Well, sometimes when you are given medication, you may have medication of the same exact dosage and the same exact medication another time, and you therefore may have pills that you didn't take.
Why did you say that, Isaiah?
Before that, and sometimes people just finish what they've had before, and before they go on to the most current dose. So I am aware of what you're referring to, but I don't know if there are other bottles there that she may have had medication still in those pill bottles.
Well, I'm looking at exhibit number 1, a record from CVS Pharmacy, which all of these bottles are from. And the only time a prescription for sertraline is filled is on September 15th, 2022 for 30 pills. You aware of that?
Yes.
So there's no prior prescription for sertraline, is there?
I don't think so.
Now, in your report, you also refer to
question
1129, and your report on page 8, paragraph 2 says on 1129, Paula Gelada. Is that supposed to be Rebecca Gelada?
Nicole, he about to make people think that.
So it also says that she prescribed Seroquel to treat Miss Clancy's anxiety, depressed and unstable mood, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation and derealization. Where is that in Rebecca Gelada's record that that's why she prescribed Seroquel?
I'm not sure.
And in fact, you were present when Ms. Gelada testified and said that she prescribed it at 25 milligrams for insomnia, not for anxiety, depression, unstable mood, or psychotic symptoms. Did she not?
It's used off-label. It's sometimes medications are made for many things. Sometimes they're used off-label, not for what they're prescribed for. So that's a medication that is used for sleeping, although it's an antipsychotic.
But you're aware from reviewing the records and hearing testimony that that initial prescription was for a 25 milligram dose, correct?
Yes.
I know you're not a prescriber, but you're aware that a dose for treatment of bipolar is significantly higher than 25 milligrams.
Yes.
He didn't look, Nicole.
Now, you've described in your testimony in this court repeated auditory hallucinations about wanting to kill herself or that she should kill herself and that she is damaged or her brain is damaged, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have a conversation with her in one of these 35 hours about that particular voice or thought or belief?
So when I meet with Ms. Clancy, it's not as if I have one conversation on one of the 35 hours. To have thoroughness and exactitude, one does what we call intra-rater reliability. In other words, over the period of time, to confirm what someone says to you to help endorse the veracity or accuracy of that, you'll ask that question in a multitude of different ways. So I don't just ask once, did you hear a voice on that day? I asked in different ways over time, and her answers pretty much remain the same.
So when you quote in your report, when questioned about the nature and content of these horrible thoughts, Ms. Clancy stated, quote, like a really bad and intrusive thought that I didn't feel like it was mine, telling me I should kill myself, your brain is damaged, you're never going to get better, end quote. Where does the quote come from?
Where does the quote come from?
Right.
She had said that to me.
To you, at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And this is well after the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records to know that she did not endorse that she was hearing a voice to any of her providers between September and January 23rd of 2023.
So when someone...
Yes or no, sir?
That's a difficult question to say yes or no from, because sometimes if someone says something that's inaccurate, it's not an affirmatory or a negative response. That's misleading.
My question to you, though, was where in the records from September to January 23rd or 2022 did she tell any of the providers she saw that she heard a voice telling her to kill herself?
It's not in the records.
Okay. And you're aware that she has spoken to several forensic psychiatrists and psychologists over the course of this case, right? Not just yourself.
Yes, she spoke to 3 retained experts in April 10th and April 12th of 2026. And then on June 12th of 2026, 1,172 days after I initially met with her, then 1,220 days after I met with her. That's the third examiner.
I said the voice.
Well, you're aware that
You always
referring
said
to
it's going to come
Dr.
down to the
Halbrin,
voice.
Dr. Mack, and Dr. Satoff, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware that she also spoke with Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli well before that.
On May 5th of 2023, approximately 90 days more or less later. Yes.
And you're also aware, sir, that she never told Dr. Resnick in a recorded interview, nor Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, or Dr. Satoff that she heard.
Sustained.
Your testimony is that she told you that she heard this voice. Fair to say she identified to you that it was her own voice that she heard, correct?
That's not correct.
So she told you that she heard a male's voice?
That's correct.
When?
On the night of the incident, January 24th, 2023.
No, I'm referring to the fact that you've now testified that she heard this, as you call it, a persistent what's the word you use? Persecutorial voice over the course of time? Was that your testimony?
So you're referring to the ongoing negative voices or intrusive thoughts that she was hearing,
Right.
where she felt, in fact, other people could hear those voices, thought broadcasting. So there are multiple layers here of hearing intrusive thoughts.
So, but
hearing voices so loud that she believed other people could hear her. Those are two separate phenomena, if you will.
In those voices that you're saying she told you she heard about wanting to die or to kill herself or her brain was damaged prior to January 24th of 2023, did she say it was her own voice she could hear? It was her own thoughts.
She did not identify whose voice it was.
Fair to say the only time she specifically said she heard a male voice was when she recounts the events on January 24th of 2023.
Yes, that's accurate.
And you'd agree that there's a difference between the idea that somebody believes their thoughts would be or could be heard by others and the belief that they are being heard by others, right?
Yes, it's a matter of semantics and it's a level of degreeism. Believing and knowing, two totally separate things.
And believing, having a fixed belief like that would be a delusion, right?
That's correct. A delusion is a fixed false belief that is unshakable and not something you get rid of either through your own efforts to tell the voice to go away or other people saying, just, for example, try to stop thinking about it.
And the idea that she believed that something was wrong with her brain, or that if people could know what was happening, that the police might get involved, that is something that could happen if somebody articulates those things, right?
Absolutely. It's common sense.
Now, in your report, you also indicate that, in your testimony, you indicated that on January 5th of 2023, that's when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean Hospital. And I think your testimony was that she went in there on Seroquel and I think you indicated Klonopin, correct? Went in there on Seroquel.
Yes.
And your report says Seroquel and Klonopin. You recall that?
Yes.
You're aware that based on the medication journal that is in evidence that she hadn't taken Klonopin since November 27th of 2022.
She had a prescription for that, and I think she may have taken some, but may not have been on a regular basis.
But you've seen the pages of her journal to know that she's pretty diligent about saying exactly what she took on each particular date.
Yes.
Leading up to her stay at McLean and even after.
Yes.
Now, kind of sticking with these medications for a second, you have testified, I think this was yesterday, you testified that you were familiar that after Dawson's birth that she had sought some medication, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified yesterday that she was on trazodone, but in fact, she was prescribed Zoloft after Dawson and reported she did never take it,
That's
right?
correct. So after my testimony, I reviewed that and I confabulated the trazodone with another medication, the Zoloft.
And again, you've talked a lot about that the medications that she was taking, the different medications didn't provide her with any sort of relief. So it's important to know the different medications she was taking and what the reactions were, right?
I don't know if I talked a lot about it. I was asked questions, I answered them honestly. They didn't provide relief, I would agree with that. And that was the whole point of her seeking help.
And her history, whether it be medication history, a social history, a family history, those are all important things overall for you to look at and examine when coming to ultimate conclusions, right?
For everyone, yes, of course.
So it's important to be accurate when you're recalling or reporting that information.
As much as possible as one can be, yes, that's true.
And as far as the medication goes, I think you testified yesterday that she also took medication in nursing school, correct?
Yes, she did.
And having met with her as many times as you did and reviewing all these records, you're aware that those were in fact Prozac, Wellbutrin, and propanol that she took in nursing school.
That's correct. That was for her what's called glossophobia, GOLLOSPHOBIA. It's fear of public speaking. Most common fear for Americans. 85% of Americans have public speaking phobia. Pretty commonplace. But yes, those are the medications she took while she was in nursing school to go through the program.
But that's not what you testified to yesterday.
I think I mentioned only 1 or 2 medications. She had taken 3.
Okay. And you also mentioned today in your testimony, you were asked about the date of December 15th. And I believe your testimony was that's the day she went to Women and Infants.
I believe so, yes.
Would it, if I show you the record, is it fair to say she didn't go to Women and Infants on the 15th, but it was actually December 20th?
Right. I believe she went to the Mass General Hospital ER on the 15th.
And you said in your testimony today that at the Mass General ER, she did not get any help. Do you recall that testimony?
She declined admission to the inpatient. She didn't want to do that. So
you didn't not get help.
So
go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have something called the subjective baseline, the cognitive appraisal theme. Help is in the eye of the beholder. If she felt she didn't get help, that's how she felt.
Well, sir, that wasn't the question. And your testimony was she went to the ER and did not get help. That was your testimony, not hers.
Well, my testimony is based on my evaluation of her. This is what Ms. Clancy shared with me. Who am I to doubt what she believes or doesn't believe about the offer for treatment or help? It's her opinion.
She chose to decline the bed at McLean on December 15th, did she not?
Yes.
And she then indicated to the Mass General Hospital that she was going to opt for an outpatient program at the Women and Infants, correct?
Yes.
That's what's in the records.
Yes.
And did she tell you that as well?
Yes.
And as it pertains to the Women and Infants, again, after you review the records, you're aware that a referral had been made to her well before her visit to the ER on the 15th for that same program.
I believe so.
Now, you've indicated in your testimony that it's your opinion that her diagnosis is bipolar disorder with psychotic symptoms, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, you've reviewed, prior to your report, you had reviewed Dr. Resnick's report.
I'm not.
Can I see Council Cypher? Go ahead.
You were a little bit behind, so I kind of scooted it
So
up
the
there.
question, I believe, was, did you review a report of Dr. Resnick in all your sources of information and before you came to a conclusion about diagnosis?
No, I did not.
Well,
Help is in the eye of the beholder. That's a new one. Her to beauty, maybe not help.
1 moment, sorry. On page 4 of your report, where you...
One second. Okay, I'm sorry, Counsel.
On page 4 of your report, where you list the sources of information, you do identify as number 24, forensic psychiatric evaluation of Philip J. Resnick from 9/27/24, do you not?
I do.
And so that's something you reviewed.
I didn't draw my opinion.
That wasn't the question, sir.
Well,
All right, hold on. Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Did you review his report?
That's not the question.
We really about to tussle about this? So first he said he didn't review it, but it's listed in his resources as something he did review. But then he's saying he did review it, but didn't use it as or take it into consideration for his opinion. Oh God. They're not making him look great. And I'm just going to tell the truth. He probably does have an actual relationship with Lindsay. It's been 3 years. He's seen her through the worst of it. He actually wrote a report saying that she's good to get out of Tuxbury and go into a regular old facility,
So
that she may not need
Did you
meds.
review Dr. Resnick's report prior to authoring your report or coming to your conclusions about diagnosis?
I reviewed part of that.
Yeah,
report.
being
And in
spicy
my
with each other
report,
doesn't
I
help. It
perused
doesn't change the information.
through the reports. I did not review all of that report from Dr. Resnick or Dr. Spinelli, for that matter.
Okay. Now, in talking about your
Hold on. He said Spinelli got a
review
report?
of records, you indicated that there are several thousand pages of Tewksbury Hospital records, correct?
7,001 page.
And did you review all of those?
I would say I looked through them, but I did not read every word on every page. They do have a tendency to hang together and are replicative as well.
Were you aware that on May 26, 2023, that the defendant was observed by staff in a note stating that she was visible along the unit hallways, self-propelling her wheelchair with her one-to-one staff? She had a visit with her mother who brought dinner for her. They ate and played games during the visit. Are you aware of that?
On May 26th.
May 26th of 2023.
May 23. So 3 years ago and a few months. I don't know that. don't remember.
That would have been approximately 4 months after the incident and on the date of Callan's first birthday, right?
Yes, but you asked if I remember that event, and I don't.
You don't, or you do?
I don't remember that she was seen with her mother on that day, who brought food, and she was seen using a wheelchair.
Oh,
to
y'all
travel
gonna
down
make
the
her look
hallway of
real
the hospital. I don't
bad. I
remember.
see what y'all
If I
doing.
tell you that was read from page 176 of the Duxbury Hospital records, would you agree with that?
Jesus.
And on December 24th of 2023, were you aware that the defendant was observed at Duxbury, monitored on one-to-one for safety, that she accepted medication, meals, and snacks? She spent time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone, and visited with family. Do you recall that, reading that note on page 613 of the Duxbury records?
Of 2023?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't.
And that would have been Cora's birthday.
Ooh.
But would you agree with me that if I read that from page 613 in the records, that that would be within that 7,001 page of the record?
I would not doubt that.
How about on January 24th, 2024, where she's observed in a note from Duxbury State Hospital on page 674, saying, where the note reads, patient was visible in the milieu, engageable with both staff and select peers. Patient accepted select medications as her baseline, that she was pleasant during interactions, self-propelling in wheelchair in the halls, spending much of the morning and early afternoon in her room and hall on her electronics. Do you recall reading that record?
Not specifically.
And January 24th, 2024 would have been the year anniversary of the incident, correct?
Yes.
But if I read from page 674, you would agree with me that that's part of the Duxbury record?
Yes, I believe it's part of the record.
And on May 26th of 2024, from page 922 of the Duxbury record, patient monitored one-to-one for safety. She's been monitored for high suicide risks, accepted medication, says BFK and snacks. She spent some time in the TV room or sitting outside her room utilizing phone. Would you agree that that's a fair reading of page 922?
I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay, and that she's also observed on that same day, visible on the unit while utilizing her phone outside her room, was able to make her needs known appropriately. Patient was observed playing dominoes with peers in the TV room. That was later in the day on May 26, 2024, which would have been Callan's second birthday.
I would believe that record's probably
Using these dates, I'm sure these aren't the only dates she was playing dominoes and stuff. I understand what you're trying to do, but
September
it
30th
needs to
of
be on
2024,
emotion.
page 1,229 of the Duxbury record, where it's noted that she was visible in the unit, attended startup/coffee group, assisted with she was assisted with ADLs as needed. She was in safe behavioral control for the duration of the shift. And that later it reads, patient visible in the hallways, seated in her wheelchair outside her bedroom, using her cell phone, pleasant upon approach, social with select peers. That would have been on September 30th, 2024, which would have been Dawson's 5th birthday. Do you recall reviewing that in the record?
Not off the top of my head, but I have no reason to doubt that it's not an accurate record.
December 24th, 2024, page 1,442 of the Duxbury records. It says the patient was visible on the unit utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and they brought dinner with them. Patient accepted medications and fluids. Patient in good behavioral control, maintaining safety. No SIB noted or reported. What do you have reason to doubt that that's on page 1,442 of the Duxbury record?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not an accurate reflection of what took place that day.
And what's SIB?
Self-injurious behavior.
And so December 24th, 2024, that would have been Cora's 7th birthday, right?
Yes.
So January 24th, 2025. from page 1514 of the Duxbury records, where it reads, inpatient treatment goal, to work on my mental health and to feel better. It says, she participated in morning ADL routine with staff assistance. Patient was visible on the milieu at times in the hallway utilizing her phone. No SIB has been reported this shift. Does that, do you have any reason to doubt that that's contained on page 1514?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And that further observations on that day were that the patient was visible on the unit. She was social with select staff and peers and also seen utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and brought her dinner, and they brought dinner with them. That was, again, on January 24th, 2025, which would have been the second anniversary of this incident, correct?
Yes.
May 26, 2025, page 1782 of the Duxbury records. It says, she did not engage in any SIB. She was visited by her parents this shift. She attended startup group and watched TV. That would have been on May 26, 2025, which would have been Callan's 3rd birthday. Do you have any reason to doubt that in the record?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And on September 30th, 2025 of the Duxbury record on page 2056, reads, patient was visible in the hallway using her phone. No SIB or behavioral issues observed or reported. Do you have any doubt? Do you have reason to doubt that that is an accurate read of page 2056?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not accurate.
And that would have been September 30th, which would have been Dawson's 6th birthday, right?
Yes.
And on December 24th of 2025, page 76 of the patient notes in the Duxbury Hospital records, it reads, ate breakfast, refused lunch, took snacks, utilizing phone, assisted with ADLs, spent some time in the TV room, attended PT, resting in bed after lunch. Do you have any reason to doubt that is contained within the Duxbury records on page 76?
No.
And December 24th would have been Cora's 8th birthday, correct?
Yes.
And on page 152 of the Duxbury records, January 24th, 2026, of this year. Patient observed for safety, assess mental status, encourage safe behavioral control, monitoring for abrupt behavior change and attempt to prevent escalation or self-harm, encourage patient to participate in groups. That on this particular day, she was also observed compliant with meds, ate breakfast, participated in coffee group, visible in the hallway utilizing her phone, later visited with parents and had an early lunch. That was on January 24th of 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's within the records?
No.
And that she was later observed to not have any SIB or behavioral issues, again on January 24th, 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's contained within the Duxbury records?
No. No.
And again, you reviewed or looked at some of them, but not every one of these. But these are already currently in evidence, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit these excerpts as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection? Go for it. All right, that may be admitted.
And that's the other thing, is it, she could be on something. I expected for her to start crying. I mean, what you're saying is that she's having regular days in the hospital.
Okay, thank you.
She's not unable to make it, don't want to go on,
Dr.
all those
Zeisel,
things
as far
on
as
days that would probably
records
trigger
that
the hell out of
I
her.
just read in, do you know if in those records it
I
indicates that she
thought she
slept
was going to
well
react.
on all of those occasions?
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
But then again, if somebody believes you're disconnected enough from
You
your
would
kids
agree
to
that
take them out, you wouldn't care
noting
about
her sleeping
birthdays.
habits based on this
Possibly.
particular individual's history would be an important thing for the hospital to monitor, correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, in this particular case, well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the concept of confirmation bias?
Of course.
And fair to say it's pretty prevalent in most areas of science and forensic psychology and psychiatry, correct?
It crosses all domains of work and life.
And as far as confirmation bias for psychiatry or providers, fair to say that clinicians are warned that they may lean towards or support their own theories and overlook contradictory evidence. And that you have to be aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And again, in forensic psychology, the goal is to render an objective opinion, right?
Yes, the facts come to you. You don't go to the facts.
Okay. And there's a danger for clinicians and forensic psychologists of quickly forming an initial diagnosis before having all the information, correct?
Yes.
And that confirmation bias accounts for the fact that a lot of times people, clinicians and providers will cling to diagnoses and interpret subsequent information in light of that kind of already perceived idea. Is that fair to say?
They cling, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. They cling to a diagnosis?
Well, once a diagnosis is reached, they cling to that diagnosis when interpreting subsequent information.
That happens, yes.
And, but you would agree that in practice of forensic psychology that it's important not to do that, right?
Particularly with the guidelines of criminal responsibility where you don't need a diagnosis. You just need a mental disease or defect.
But diagnoses are helpful in
Why
understanding
would you say that out
whether the
loud?
person was suffering from this legal construct of a mental disease or defect, correct?
That's fair to say.
And it's fairly accepted in the field that if somebody has a disorder or a diagnosed mental illness, that they then in turn suffer from a mental disease or defect. Or could.
Or could, because you can have a phobia. Doesn't mean you have a mental disease or defect. If you're afraid to jump out of airplanes, it can make you ineffective and have a defect or a disease. So yes, it could.
Ask you to keep your voice up.
Yes, Ron. So it could, but it doesn't always have to.
Thank you.
Of course.
And you're aware of the danger of this idea of confirmation bias of having multiple relationships and conflicts in this type of work, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's important not to be treating somebody as a patient when you're also evaluating them for this type of legal issue, right?
Of course, you cannot be the therapist and the examiner. The therapist is an advocate. The examiner looks for the truth.
And do you recall in this case submitting recommendations to the court in November of 2025 about the defendant regarding accommodations for her?
I know in general, but I don't know specifically what those accommodations requests were. I can't remember them.
But you authored and signed a letter dated November 13th, 2025 to the court, correct?
Yes, but I'm saying I don't remember specifically what those recommendations were. I know I did that.
I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking if you wrote the letter.
Hold on. Just ask a question. Doctor, if you listen to the question.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking if you wrote the letter, sir.
Yes.
And in that letter, you refer to providing essential clinical findings regarding the transportation of my patient, Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
And so at various points throughout over the years of this case, you have referred to her as your patient, have you not?
I wouldn't be, I think, able to define her as something else. She was a patient who I did a forensic evaluation of,
Well, you referred to the court outside of this evaluation you're testifying about to her as your patient in this letter from November 13th of 2025.
Right. I evaluated Ms. Clancy, who is a patient. If I evaluated her, then she's my patient, as she is other doctors' patients at Duxbury and other places that she's been at.
But you call her my patient in the letter.
I wrote the letter. Whose patient would I be referring to if I'm speaking about Ms. Clancy?
Just said she
given that
can't
she's
be
my
your
patient,
patient
yes,
if
I
you're
wrote, "She's my
evaluating her
patient."
for
That's
criminal
correct.
And
responsibility.
you're aware of, again, the APA guidelines on forensic psychology, where it warns therapeutic forensic role conflicts. Providing forensic and therapeutic psychological services to the same individual involves multiple relationships that may impair objectivity and or cause exploitation or other harm. You're aware of that, section 4.02?
Yes.
And in this particular case, since the beginning, you've appeared regularly in court hearings, right?
Yes.
You've appeared with Attorney Reddington at arraignment proceedings,
At his request, yes.
both here and at Tewksbury State Hospital, where you were sitting next to the defendant.
Yes.
And you also, on February 8th of 2023, participated in a news conference, did you not?
Yes.
It was outside the courthouse here.
Yes.
And you gave an interview with the Daily News where you commented on this.
I just made a comment. That's correct.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play a clip of the news conference, please.
Mr. Reddington? Why not? All right.
The news conference of the doctor? So you saying he that intertwined? We don't hear no sound.
Feels dreamlike to her, as she's described to me on multiple occasions, and individuals who can present as being lucid, linear, and clear thinking do not make those people not mentally ill. They have the capacity for, on occasion, to be able to do things that they've been doing for a long period of time. When you have delusional thinking, fixed beliefs that are unchangeable, and hallucinations, namely command hallucinations, telling you to do things, telling you to do things that are malevolent, and you believe those voices that are telling you you need to follow what they say, that's when things go downhill behaviorally, psychiatrically, and familially. And that's what we see in the most tragic of cases for individuals who could be healthy and normal, and quite frankly, because they're paranoid and worried about what others think, they hold back on what they share. And in some cases throughout the country and the world, these are people who one day will be functioning well, but because they have the onset of command hallucinations, which they hear to believe the voice, they have to do something, that's when tragedy occurs. And I think that's is under the overriding rubric that this case falls under.
So, sir, on December 8th of 2023, when you provided that, your observations, you had met with the defendant on 2 occasions, correct?
I believe 3 occasions.
Okay. Had you any of the records that have been presented in the course of this trial?
No.
any of the records that are listed in your sources of information.
No,
And as you sit here and testify today, you've testified to the same conclusions, correct?
what I said was individuals like that present this way. I was not referring to Ms. Clancy. I said individuals who have these symptoms, like the ones I clarified, present that way. That was not an assessment of Ms. Clancy. That was an assessment of people who go through major mental health crises.
But as you sat here today, you've talked about the fact that she had delusional thinking, the fact that she had command hallucinations, the fact that she believed that these voices and that she was paranoid and worried. You've consistently testified about that throughout the course of yesterday and today, correct?
So
it's a yes or no.
You make it impossible to answer that question.
All right, the next question.
In addition to, well, you testified today that a person in a psychotic state can do things they've done before, but it might be hard for them to do new tasks, right?
Yes.
So if it's something that is part of their daily life, getting up, caring for the kids, feeding, making a meal, driving a car, those are things that people do every day and a lot of times don't even have to think about, right?
Yes. No thinking necessary.
But you're
response, automatic response.
You're aware that on this particular day of this incident, on January 24th of 2023, that the defendant took Cora to the doctors, right?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony today that it was for a regular checkup, but in your report, you identified that it was for a stomach ache, right?
Yes, she had a stomach ache.
But in addition to maybe her having a stomach ache, she had previously had this visit scheduled, and you're aware of that now, correct?
Yes.
And at the doctor, there was a recommendation made for an over-the-counter medication, right?
Yes.
And the defendant was able to process that information, take it back with her, and then later, not immediately after the visit, but later in the day, search for where to get that medication, right?
Psychosis doesn't lower your intellectual functioning, so you can do all those things. So
well, that wasn't my question. My question was, did she do those things?
Yes, I said that's correct.
Okay. And would you've talked a lot about that a person can operate as normally as they can, but fair to say, if you're in a psychotic state, that person themselves has a significant amount of distress, right?
Yes.
And that in order to mask those symptoms, it requires an enormous amount of control. Does it not?
It depends on the level and the extremism of the psychotic processing. So some people will hear voices that are nominal, they whisper. Some people hear voices that are yelling and screaming. So it's on a range, it's a continuum. So the more upsetting, more powerful, demanding the voice, the more difficult it might be to resist it and do other things. The less, the easier it is.
In all of the time between September of 2022 and January 23rd of 2023, at any point in which the defendant heard these voices about harming herself, she didn't act on them then, did she?
That's correct, yes. She did not act on those. She sought help instead.
One moment, please. Your Honor, I would move to admit the recording played as the next exhibit.
I'm sorry, this is the what?
The recording that was played, I move to enter it as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
I can find it. Here it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Let's talk about confirmation.
Can I sit down, please?
Oh, hold on. But Ms.
Oh,
Buckingham,
can I sit down,
Thank
please?
you.
have a seat.
Confirmation bias. In the field of forensics, interface of science and the law, trial of cases, hiring experts, having people give an opinion that a jury is going to listen to. Confirmation bias means that the individual might want to help out the person that they're testifying for. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
So in other words, if you have a shooting case and you're a ballistics guy, and without the ballistics showing that the defendant's gun shot the victim, the government has no case. They may send an email to that witness and say, hey, I really need your help here. And that might influence them, right?
Yes.
Now you got involved with this case, as you indicated, out of my request, obviously,
Yes.
compassion.
Correct.
The fact you had a young lady that was literally in extreme condition, emotionally, physically, you went to speak with her, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you care for her?
I do.
And is that a violation of the canon of ethics for professionals like you if you care for your patient?
Not at all. Within the ethical standards, it's also noted to do a appropriate and meaningful forensic evaluation. It's strongly suggested you develop empathy and rapport. And when you have those two psychological constructs, you get more information from the respondent. You do not cherry pick the information. You include warts and all in your report. That avoids confirmatory bias, and you avoid confirmatory bias by also not looking at conclusions that other examiners come up with when they render their opinions, and you do your evaluations independent of anyone else. You do it by yourself.
How many times did you see her?
At the time that my report was
No, right about now.
60 times.
How many hours have you put in sitting with Lindsay, either in the hospital or evaluating?
More than that, roughly.
And you have all of that information that you have brought here today to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you not telling the truth just to help Lindsay out, or is this your opinion based upon your review of the records, your interview of her, whether or not you care for her or not?
Overruled. Overruled.
I am telling the truth.
Yeah. You can re-ask that question. That answer will be stricken.
So you can't tell someone you're telling the truth. Okay, that's up to the jury to decide. Your opinion is based upon all of the times that you met with Lindsay, right?
Yes.
All of the documents that you've reviewed, all of this, all the exhibits, everything. You're aware of, right?
Yes, as well as collateral contacts.
And in the course of your treatment and evaluation of her, one of the things the DA asked you about is the request that we brought to the court for accommodations. Do you recall that question from her?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the request that we had seeking help from the judge was that she not be chained to a van when she's brought into this courthouse
No,
for 5-week trial?
Yes, from Duxbury to Plymouth.
And her medical condition with her paralysis and all of the rest of the bodily functions that you lose, that's a concern, isn't that right?
Very much so, yes.
And we also had to have the help of nurses that would be available in the event that there was any type of emergency issue, correct? That we had to ask of the
No,
court.
overruled.
Yes, they're here every day.
You opened the door asking about those accommodations.
So confirmation bias, can you tell this jury, is your opinion based upon money, maybe you like me, maybe you want to help her, or is that based to your best ability as a professional of many, many years?
Yes. Confirmation bias is coming up with a conclusion before you reach an opinion. It's in Latin, a tabula rasa, a blank slate. You draw no conclusion. The conclusion finds you. And if you don't do that, you are at risk of having confirmation bias.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical and see if the hypothetical fits within your understanding as an expert of confirmation bias. Let's say hypothetically that a young woman is involved in an incident such as this that results in the death of her 3 babies. And that young woman is paralyzed. And that young woman is in a hospital. That young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Yeah. Sustain.
Sidebar?
Now, I believe it won't hurt. Okay, cool. We all the way live again. Scoot up the last little 40 seconds. Sorry, guys. I had to run and let Big Unc in on the other side. So we still at the damn sidebar? Jesus. Lord, and everybody's texting me. So as you guys saw, thank you. I forgot. I know I pinned the comment for a minute, but as you saw, the recusal of Judge Roach, the judge who was overseeing the Carmelo Anthony case. He was the one that made. Oh goodness, I did this wrong. Hold on, guys. He was the judge that made all the calls in the Carmelo Anthony case, biggest of which that caused the most drama was not allowing cameras in the courtroom or for this to be recorded. Then there was the accusal of all things that happened behind the scenes that people didn't know. Spawned a lot of conspiracy theories. We don't know what happened. Happy birthday to Nolan Wells. My God, pray for his parents. So so I see a lot of people are texting me saying at least he get a new trial. This does not mean new trial yet, okay? This does not mean new trial yet. This means that all post-conviction things that happen, including the request for a new trial, will not be handled by Roach, okay? So everything moving forward with Carmelo Anthony that would have to be overseen by a judge. Judge Roach can't touch it. So this is kind of like the time when they removed Glanville and put in Page, right? So that's what this is. So the recusal has been granted, but the recusal does not mean new trial. It means that Roach won't be the one to decide if there's a new trial or anything else going forward on this case. Yes, there's court for Lindsay Clancy. We are in the longest sidebar of sidebars right now. So we are waiting for them to get finished arguing. They going that voice is going to cause the tussle in the jury room. We kind of already knew it was going to come down to the voice, but the voice is going to cause the tussle in the jury room. Period. They're going to tussle over that. That's the sad part. They're going to end up tussling over that voice more than they tussle over them babies. They need to come on. This is ridiculous. Did they just go to break and not tell us? This is crazy.
You've been sitting here for a little bit. We're going to take a short break.
I was about to say, now we're going to take a break. Come on now.
Then we'll come right back and we'll continue with the testimony of this witness. Okay.
All rise, please. Jurors executed.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, this is absolutely asinine. Oh, goodness. Heat up your coffee. We'll be right back. Recess in the first place. Might as well. It can't be 6 to 8 weeks. It can't be. What would it be at this point? Like 2 to 3 more weeks? It can't be. To be honest, I don't see why we wouldn't be in verdict watch by Friday. What happened? I missed something. Y'all want to go back to Mob James to get some comedic relief? Even though it ain't funny because we know he's serious as shit. But we'll move back over to Mob James.
Over Shield Night people.
Right.
So his security did like the right thing. My security did what they ain't gonna do. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
The police gonna walk you out of there.
What I'm saying.
We gonna drag you out of there. So it was a difference, but not on the same paper.
Sure. And once again, the intent was to protect 662, right? To protect the club, protect the patrons that were going to go there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of your knowledge of what happened on that night, fair to say you weren't present when the shots had rung out.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And your testimony is that you had heard from other people initially that, hey, Tupac had been shot.
Yes.
And you had thought maybe other people were maybe relieved, thinking like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. He's going to be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he's going to be all right. So people just went back to, me.
Right. Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got ways to word it, but you asking me a question. I don't. And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and where I am, because I changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
Okay.
So these people right here, what they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that,
Hold on.
right, the next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside crib?
Said Clancy been back. Well, what? Let me refresh the screen then. Oh, yeah, it did just update. Sorry, guys. We'll go back to Clancy. Okay. Uh-oh.
All rise, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the case.
All right, we'll return now to redirect counsel.
Thank you. So as it relates to the concept of confirmatory bias, sir, in your opinion, with your experience, does the period of time within which an expert is hired by one side or another to evaluate a person and give an opinion, in other words, if it's a compressed period of time as opposed to an expanded period of time, is that one indication of confirmatory bias?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the examiner and the situation. It can be, but individuals who pay attention to that concern should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
What does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better. Now, one of the things that the district attorney did is took the 7,001 pages of the records from Duxbury Hospital and read excerpts from them to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay, after she was taken from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's, then from Brigham and Women's to the rehab, Spalding Rehab, she ended up in Tewksbury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Tewksbury's been very good. I mean, in your opinion, have they been good with her? And
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
And the district attorney asked you about the plan to have Lindsay go to another facility, Worcester, I think it was.
Worcester Recovery Center Hospital.
Is that a relatively new facility?
It's, I believe, the newest facility in the Commonwealth.
And did we have Lindsay evaluated to have her transferred to Worcester Hospital?
Yes.
Was she allowed to make entry into Worcester facility?
She was not.
Why is that?
She was not allowed because she was not allowed because she has pending criminal charges.
That'd be this case here, right?
That's this case here.
And the district attorney took the 7,000 pages in one of the records and apparently went through them to the anniversary of the death of her 3 children, correct?
Yes.
Went through them to highlight each birthday of her 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative of anything?
Not at all.
How about the fact that her mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman was suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
how about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level and degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
she is extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Duxbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No, Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
And finally, doctor, I'm holding up what has been marked as Exhibit 1 or I don't know, for identification. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And in your dealing with Lindsay and interview of collateral contacts such as Patrick, do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's called a wish vase.
And what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Miss Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
Yeah, sure. See sidebar, please.
I guess everybody just want a reaction today. I guess everybody just want a reaction today. Both. I'm sorry, I got both devices on. They're gonna piss somebody off with that loves her kids, misses her kids, thinks about them every moment of every day. That's another thing. If you want to say, because I agree, a person who's paralyzed, self-propelling, how the fuck else is she gonna get somewhere? That don't mean she's not mad or sad, but at this point, her situation is she's got to self-propel to get where the fuck she got to go, right? So, please, mom, bring me something to eat. That doesn't mean that your parents don't dislike what you did, disagree with what you did. It just means they were being parents and probably thought this particular day would be a hard day. Now, they didn't put out that the parents was going every other Tuesday. They only said these specific dates. So it would look like the parents are being supportive on what would be a bad or worse day for Lindsay. But so saying she had an okay day, even on a day like an anniversary or a birthday, might not be that bad. But when you want us to believe, the feed is behind. Yeah, it is. It's coming up now, though. I think it's moving. Yeah, it's moving. But when you want them to believe that her days are only bad or worse, I mean, she had a couple okay ones. Don't put 20 on 10 now.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, that may be admitted.
Thank you very much.
All right. Commonwealth?
Doctor, how many defendants that you've evaluated for criminal responsibility have you spent 35 hours evaluating?
One.
Is that
One other person.
And how many other defendants have you evaluated that you've testified that you care deeply for them?
I would say one other one.
And how many other defendants have you given press conferences about?
None.
And how many other defendants that you've evaluated have you gone back every day until the lockup to check on?
I was sequestered on all those other trials. So I was not even allowed in the court.
Now, you were asked about confirmation bias and given a hypothetical about so if somebody was asked to examine a gun, right? You recall that
Yes,
line
I
of
do.
questioning?
Yes.
You were hired by the defense in this case, were you not?
Yes.
And As far as your conversations with the defendant about her children, you're also aware that she continually refers to this situation as my tragedy, does she not?
That moniker of my tragedy, that's just one of the things that she'll say.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what's the reason that, with the understanding of the court permission, that you go to the lockup and see her during this trial?
I go to the lock.
Sustained.
Well, while she's in Duxbury, counsel kept referring to SID, SI. What is SI?
SI is suicide intention or suicide ideation.
In Duxbury, excuse me, in Duxbury, has there been a concern of suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what, as a result of that, SI, as counsel kept repeating to you through the records, is her status at Duxbury?
She's on a one-to-one, constant one-to-one to ensure that Ms. Clancy doesn't take her own life.
And that is somewhat similar to the reference in
With what?
Callan Women's Hospital when you were talking with her, that there was a nurse that was sitting in the corner of the room at all times. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Inferentially, was able to hear any conversation that you had with Lindsay, right?
I asked those people to leave.
Thank you.
Counsel, could I see just one?
Oh, good God, just send us to lunch. Ah, shit.
So finally, I will ask you again, what, to your understanding, is the purpose of you during this trial going back, as the counsel asked you about, to the lockup with Lindsay?
To ensure that Ms. Clancy is stable and competent to stand trial.
Any concerns as far as her SI?
She's in good hands at the moment, but there's always a concern that sits directly below the surface.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Dr. Zeisel, in 3 years, she's never made an attempt to harm herself, has she? Other than January 24th, 2023.
No.
All right. Anything further?
Questions, Judge? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yikes.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
It's up to Your Honor as to the voir dire on McLean Hospital witness or Dr. Spinelli. I know.
All right. Counsel, let me see in regards to timing on.
Y'all heard that. I'm going to scoot on up. I know we not all the way there. You going to go to lunch?
I thought we'd do it at this point.
She should be right outside.
I think Chef, I think that's what this is. Chef Soy Milk, I think that's what this is. She said the voir dire. Is that her? Did y'all see the TikTok video? Is that her? It's supposed to be a voir dire to see what the heck she could or would say. That's her? Oh, shit. All right.
You shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to this matter.
God damn.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Emily Thorndike, Thorndike.
And what town do you live in?
I actually live in Brooklyn, New York, but I summer on Cape Cod. I'm spoiled like that, so I'm in
Okay.
Chatham.
So where do you live now?
Brooklyn,
But where you live? Are you
in Chatham.
Chatham?
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I own my own therapy practice right now, so I'm practicing as a business owner and a therapist.
And what is the name of the business?
It's called Wise Mind Therapy Practice.
What is it?
Wise Mind.
Wise Mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that located?
It's a virtual practice, so yeah.
Oh,
And how long
the
have you been
TV
doing
don't
that?
like.
So I had my own private practice I opened that January 2023. And then this past May, I expanded. I hired somebody. So technically it's a group practice, but I've owned my own business.
Oh, wait, you called in somebody like Tufts that get on the television, as you call it, Mr. Reddington. So it's okay when it's beneficial?
Business technically for,
Let's see.
what is that, 4 years?
So tell us your educational background, please.
I went to Dover Sherburne High School and I went to Hartwick College and then I went to Boston College School of Social Work.
And what degrees do you have?
So I have my master's in social, well, I have my BA in sociology. I have my master's in social work and then I have 2 social work licenses, I guess. You have to get one before the other. So I only go by a licensed independent clinical social worker. So, but you have to get it's very confusing. You have to get 2 licenses essentially.
You have those licenses?
Yes.
Within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, your employment, can you tell us what your employment history was since I guess you got your master's at BC or something?
Since I got my master's at BC, I did my final year internship at McLean Hospital at their trauma program. And then once I graduated, got my MSW, my master's of social work, and then my social work license, I was offered a per diem position at that program. And I did that position for, I think it was 2 to 3 months. And then I was rehired. I went back to the short-term unit at McLean, which I had previously worked at.
So when you say the short-term unit, is
Yes.
that also referred to as the STU?
Yes, we call it the STU. It's just short-term unit. It's also referred to as AB1, which is admissions building first floor.
Now, are you familiar with this case of Lindsay Clancy?
I'm only familiar about it from what I watched before I was sequestered, but other than that, I don't know the case at all.
And when you say what you watched before you were sequestered, what
Yes.
does that mean? What did you watch?
I think it was not this past Thursday, but the one before that. I'm not going to recall the date off the top of my head, but that's when, you had told me that I'm sequestered and to no longer watch the trial or consume any of it.
So what were you watching?
I had just been watching like the day-to-day, like the live stream and just, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm interested in the case. I honestly got into sort of watching trials from the Karen Reed trial, and then I wanted to watch this case. And obviously, I worked at McLean, so I was curious to watch it.
And when did you work at McLean?
I started there in 2014, and then I left there in December 2021.
So how many years is that?
Oh, 7 years, 8 months, I think.
And what was the nature of your work? What'd you do?
I started as a mental health specialist there, which I think you can sort of try to summarize as those are the counselors are sort of directly on the unit with the patients. Our main role is to keep patients safe, really. So you're doing a lot of safety checks. You are putting eyes on patients to make sure they're not trying to harm or kill themselves. And we do crisis intervention. So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the ones to intervene. And unfortunately, there are a lot of restraints that happen on those units, and that's one of our main jobs.
So the STU that you refer to, are there a couple of them at McLean? Or?
So I'll try to explain it. When I first started there in 2014, it was 1 unit with 28 beds. During the time I was there was a renovation. They expanded the unit. It's a little confusing, but in 2016, I believe it it became two separate units operating the same way. So there's short-term unit north and then there's short-term unit south. And now south has 22 beds and north has 23. So that's why you'll see like, AB1S or, so they're the same unit, but there's a south side and a north side, if that makes sense.
When you were working in that particular unit, is
Yeah.
that the same unit that Lindsay Clancy was in for the 4 to 5 day period?
Yes, I worked on both north and south for a significant amount of time.
And for all those years that you worked there, did you work days, nights, weekends, holidays?
So days and evenings, I preferred the evening shift, but you're supposed to do both, day and evening. I didn't do night. Sometimes you get mandated and you have to work an evening and a night shift, which is always pretty brutal, but I was day and evening.
Now, how about the staffing at STU, your experience?
So there's always I can sort of start with the week, I guess. There's always 4 mental health specialists and 4 nurses during the week for the day shift. And then in the evening, it's 4 mental health specialists and 3 nurses. And then there's one and a half. It's hard to explain. There's at night, there's 3 mental health specialists, and then there's 1 nurse on north and 1 nurse on south, and then there's a nurse that goes in between at night to help both sides.
And how many beds are in the north and the south?
North is 23, south is 22.
And which one was Lindsay in?
South.
Are you familiar with the Code of Mass Regulations or regulations that mandate or require certain staffing levels within that particular unit, the STU of McLean?
Yes, like the Department of Mental Health regulations.
Can you tell the judge what your understanding of the regulations from the DMH would be on staffing?
Yeah, so the Department of Mental Health has to oversee all of the mental health facilities in Massachusetts, and they have specific requirements for safety regulation, for staffing ratios, how the unit has to be set up. For example, there was a renovation while I was there to adjust handles on a sink because you could use it to harm yourself. So DMH, there's usually an annual or biannual inspection, and they will go around and they will look at charts, they will look at the unit, so they oversee everything.
And did they mandate how many doctors or nurses or safety people would be on a particular unit?
Yeah, they definitely have those requirements.
And what's your understanding of those requirements?
I believe, I don't want to say, I'm not sure exactly. Like I know McLean follows those regulations, but I guess there's potential that McLean might go higher than the ratio. I'm not sure. So you have to at minimum have a certain amount of staff, but I'm not exactly sure on that.
Are you aware in this case that McLean forwarded to the district attorney's office and the court certain discovery?
Yes.
Indicating how many doctors, nurses, and
Yes.
safety workers. Did you have a chance to read that?
I did.
All right. Is it your understanding that the requirements of the DMH and minimum staffing on, well, let's say on weekends and holidays, for example, does that change year to year, or is that pretty static?
It's never changed. I mean, it didn't change from when I was there and with that document. So I guess that goes to what, 2023 it was. So that was how it was when I started. Well, I guess one caveat, when it changed from a 28 bed unit to 22 and 23, there was, different numbers, because with 28 patients, you have to have, a certain number of staff. But so since it's been 22 and 23 patients on those 2 units, the staffing has not changed from when I started there and from that document that I reviewed.
Now, you indicated that you, because of your interest, were watching the proceedings on this case.
Yes.
On what, YouTube or something? Or
yeah,
on
whatever
TV?
you can, yeah.
And you had the occasion to hear the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy by the district attorney, is that right?
Yes.
You mean the direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct. Of
Sorry,
Clancy.
you're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination. And the focus was on the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that she was there for that holiday weekend, and I
Right.
think the following Monday was a holiday.
Yes.
and you heard the direct examination of the district attorney asking about McLean being #1 hospital in the country, McLean having all of these services available to the inmates that are in there, treating them, offering all these fantastic programs on the holiday weekends and the holidays, as opposed to what Patrick had testified to. Did you see that?
We re-asked that question. I think I understand, but
Okay, when you were watching on the television,
yeah,
you saw, or the computer, you saw the questioning of the district attorney of
Right.
Patrick Clancy.
yep,
You heard Patrick Clancy make reference to the fact that his wife admitted herself into the
Right.
STU
yep,
on holiday weekend, New Year's.
yes, yes,
Was there all that weekend,
right,
into a holiday.
right,
And the district attorney then questioning Patrick
Right.
inquired as to whether he was aware that it was
Yes.
the best hospital in the country, that there were many doctors and nurses and staff available and programs available, and Lindsay wasn't interested in any of that, right?
yes, that's what I took from it.
Now, in your 8 years, however many years of experience
Mhm.
you had, is that what your understanding was in that unit?
No, no, that's not what I was understanding, no.
So tell the judge what your understanding was from your experience, hands-on,
Mhm.
day after day, working in the STU for all of those years.
Right.
But you also were a supervisor of the STU at one time.
I actually wasn't. I became a social worker there. So I guess you could, one way to look at it is that, the social worker and the psychiatrist, you are the treatment team. So you're making all the decisions for the patients. And so the nurses and the mental health specialists, I don't like to create a hierarchy, but they are operating underneath you. So in a way I'm supervising, but I was never a direct supervisor.
Now, you came out with a TikTok or
I did.
a reel or whatever you call it.
Yeah,
right?
TikTok.
And would you agree with me that you were pretty angry when you did that?
Yeah, definitely emotional.
So tell the judge, why were you emotional when you did that TikTok?
Well, it's a lengthy TikTok. It's about 10 minutes. And I was emotional because I felt like what was discussed in court was not aligned with what my experience was. I noted several things. I'll try to summarize some of them. There was mention that there's individual therapy on the unit. There is not. There was mention of seeing a doctor every day. I felt like there was some misleading of that. You do see a doctor every day, but on the weekends and on a holiday, it's one doctor who's seeing all of the patients. The meetings can be as short as 1 minute. Many patients decline those meetings. And the doctor who's there on the weekend and holidays is seeing 23 patients. So I felt it was misleading to indicate that there's sort of a in-depth doctor session when it's very brief.
How about programs that are offered, like making things out of clay and crayons and stuff like that?
Yes, there's clay on the unit. It's called Model Magic. It's a non-toxic kid. It's it's advertised for kids, but it's on the unit. It's in the nursing station. It's out on the unit. There is a lot of coloring. There's a specific group that I saw in the documents I reviewed called Music and Mandalas. Mandalas are basically adult coloring books. The designs are kind of abstract. You could compare it to like looking through a kaleidoscope or something, and you color them in. And Music and Mandalas is a group where you play music and the patients color.
So you understand from watching the proceedings that you became emotional over is that Lindsay went in on New Year's Eve with some fairly serious
Right.
symptomology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick indicated that they were, quite frankly, pretty bluntly disgusted with the help and the care that was allegedly offered to her, right?
Right.
And you were upset about what you felt was a misleading of this witness based on the questions that were asked. Is that right?
Yes.
And Patrick had made reference to the fact that she was doing coloring and she was in the groups that were sitting there dealing with the clay and that they felt that it was not bluntly any help.
Yes, and there's very minimal like family contact when the main treatment team is not there. So it's not abnormal that families wouldn't be getting like regular or like in-depth updates of what's going on. You're sort of supposed to wait until the treatment team comes back, whether it's on a Monday or in this case a Tuesday, since Monday was a holiday. That's the team who's going to be working with the patient. So most updates and communication with family and with providers aren't going to happen over the weekend either.
Now, one of the things that that occurred, just for the background, is that your TikTok
Ice cream. Oh, that might be
observed by me, and
Yeah.
I tried to reach out to you and
Yes.
couldn't find you.
That's correct.
And then I had a private investigator, Bob Jones,
Yes.
hunt you down, kind of, and ended up
Yeah.
in front of your house.
No, Bob and I were sort of chuckling about that because he never ended up outside of my house, but the rest of it is all accurate. So he wasn't outside of my house, but the rest of that was true.
So he was able to locate you.
He was,
He was
yes.
able to talk to you,
He was, yes.
get your contact information.
Yes.
Provide that to me.
Yep.
And as a result of that, I reached out to you, and then you indicated that you initially somewhat reluctant, but then ultimately agreed to get involved and talk to the judge, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney is objecting to your testimony, and I believe they're going to argue that the change from that 1 year period, when did you leave working there?
I want to say my last date was like December 18th. I since working there, you don't get a lot of holidays off. So out of all my time there, I said, I'm going to leave right before the holidays and be able to enjoy that. So I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December, 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And when was Lindsay in there?
December 31st, right? She came in on New Year's Eve, what would that be? 2022, right? Yeah.
Two.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, is there a change that is
Right.
significant in the staffing, in the nurse?
How would she know she ain't there?
ratio, in the safety issues, the crayons, the coloring, and all of that? Is there any change from that 1 year that you left to the time that she was in there?
From the records I reviewed as well, those are exactly the same staffing ratios, and all of the groups are the same.
So there's no change whatsoever.
Not from what I can tell from what I reviewed.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, Kamal?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you are currently a social worker who does their own, a licensed independent clinical social worker, right? That's the license.
Title,
Or when
yeah.
you're saying
Yes.
that's really what you kind of go by.
Yes, I'm a social worker by trade, you could say, but I'm practicing as a therapist.
And you do that virtually?
Yes.
So you don't have a brick and mortar where clients come and engage in therapy with you, right?
No, rent is expensive, so right now I'm all virtual.
And you indicated that in your time at McLean Hospital that you first started as a per diem, and that was as a mental health specialist, right?
I didn't start per diem there. I started at a 32-hour position. The per diem, there's another position I held at McLean, which is called a community residence counselor. That was a per diem position. And then the social work position I took after graduating and before I went back to McLean, the short-term unit, that was a per diem position.
So the per diem role that you had, how long did you do that role?
On which unit?
Well, you just said,
right.
When I asked you about working per diem, you said you were the community resident counselor.
Yes, I
long
mentioned two per diem positions, so I just wanted to be clear. I believe it was around a year. It was on the side while I was working on the short-term unit. That was the main unit I worked on, but since I was 32 hours, I was interested in that particular McLean program, so I picked up a shift, every so often, but I was primarily on the short-term unit.
As what, though? As a mental
health specialist, yep.
And so you said once you got your master's, you took on a role of clinical social worker there, right?
So yes, I did.
And that was in September of
2019?
Yes. And you said you had a chance to review the records that were sent over by McLean, right?
Right.
Now, when you were a social worker from September of 2019 to December of 2021,
Yeah.
what was your schedule?
So I would come in around 9. It was, you could view it as sort of normal business hours. My clinical rounds that I did with all the multidisciplinary staff was at 9:55. So that was kind of a little bit of my start time, but generally probably like 9 to 5, you could say.
And was that Monday through Friday?
Yes, I did cover weekends on occasion. Social workers, you're not required to, but it's kind of highly encouraged. So, every once in a while, I would cover a weekend as a social worker.
And you're aware that the records that came from McLean Hospital indicate that during the time period of January 1st to January 15th of 2023, that the social worker role was a day position that was Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
And that on January 1st, which was a Sunday, there was no social worker there.
Yeah, I saw that.
And on January 2nd, which would have been the observed holiday for
Right.
New Year's, there was no social worker there.
That's what I saw.
Okay. And while you would pick up shifts, the majority of your schedule was 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
From 2019 to 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I did regularly pick up weekends, but yes, primarily I was there during the week.
Okay. Now, you provided Attorney Reddington with some kind of like typed up notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you outlined kind of what your experience was on the unit and how inpatients were, how inpatient experiences went, like the schedule and that kind of thing. And you noted that as far as the treatment team, which you referred to yourself as a social worker, worked with a psychiatrist, right?
Right, right.
And you identified that in your experience, there was 3 teams, red, green, or blue.
Yes.
But you are also aware that the records show that every day during the week, that the treatment team of a social worker and a psychiatrist, there was 4 social workers and 4 psychiatrists that were on shift.
Right.
So where's the 4th?
So the numbers aren't equal. So the medical director often took residents. So he would have a little bit less of a caseload. The lead social worker on the unit, she would go in between the different units. So she would take a smaller caseload on one unit. So for example, I had 8 patients on my caseload, but one of my social work colleagues would have 6. So it's not an even distribution of the 3. Some of the doctors and some of the social workers just carried a different number of caseload. So,
but your testimony today, after having now reviewed the records, is that it's always been 4 social workers, 4 doctors.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't before.
Well, we don't. That's why you're here, because we don't know.
Yeah, I just thought I answered your question. So, but yes.
And
Now,
you came aware of this case by watching the trial, right?
Yes.
And so would you say that how many days of the trial did you watch?
All of them up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last content of testimony that you remember watching?
I believe it was maybe Patrick's friends, or I was aware that there were doctors testify. Mr. Reddington made sure I was not watching anymore, and that there were doctors coming up that were particularly important for me to not watch.
And you were asked by Attorney Reddington here about observing that testimony or the direct examination of Patrick. And I think he mentioned where it was referred to that McLean was the best hospital in the country. Do you recall that being the question that was asked of Patrick Clancy?
I don't recall.
And in fact, the Commonwealth didn't ask about his opinions of the status of the hospital, but did just verify with reference to records whether or not he knew his wife participated in particular things that were contained within the records. Did you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
And so you're aware that the testimony actually was that, or the question was, were you aware that she declined groups?
Yes.
And that's based on records you've never seen, right?
Correct.
And as far as the contact with the staff and the doctors, meaning nurses or social workers or whatnot, you haven't reviewed any of those records, right?
I have not.
And so you don't know the extent you don't know the extent of what the interaction was with the nurse and the
Sure.
patient, do you?
I mean, there are some general guidelines that you have to follow. I can't tell you the content within them, but for example, mental health specialists, you're not supposed to meet with a patient longer than 20 minutes because you have other things to do. So I can't speak specifically to what happened in those conversations, but I know the general gist of how everybody's role works.
But you, when you say everybody's role, did you ever perform the role of a nurse?
No, but I work directly with them. I'm operating on the job description. It says specifically you're under the direction of the nurse. So I worked directly with nurses.
Do you go through the same training as a nurse?
No.
As far as what your knowledge is of mental health specialists, fair to say the last time you were employed as a mental health specialist there and did that work yourself was in May of 2019.
Yep.
And then you transitioned to being a social worker where you worked closely with the psychiatrist and primarily Monday through Friday.
Yeah, psychiatrists, the nurses, and the mental health specialists, you all really work together.
And you can only attest to what you would put in a note, right? As far as your contact with a patient as a social worker?
No, you have access to all of the patients on the unit. So I'm able, and it's not a HIPAA violation to do that because we all work together. Sometimes I cover other social workers' patients. So I do have access. You have access to all of the records in every patient's file. So you can read everybody's notes.
I guess my question, and that probably was a bad question, but my question is to you.
Mm-hmm.
When you are the social worker for a patient on the treatment team that you've described,
yep,
you enter the information into the note for the social worker that becomes part of the record.
Correct.
And those are your words, your observations, your contact.
Correct.
You don't write them for other people, do you?
No, but we have to follow a certain format. So for example, we have to write a biopsychosocial note, which is a fairly lengthy assessment, but that's a social work. You know, I learned that in grad school, so I don't know how everybody writes their notes, but we have to follow a pretty strict format to write our notes.
And is it your testimony that McLean requires only that each social worker spends a particular period of time or a max amount of time with each patient to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I have 8 patients on my caseload, so I have to see 8 patients every day. And so you are limited with how much time you can spend with them because there's several other tasks I have to do. So you really can't spend a significant amount of time with your patients.
That wasn't my question. My question was, does McLean tell you that you can only spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes with a patient?
Yes, it's directly told from the people above me. It's something that's communicated in a way where you could sort of get in trouble if you're not doing that. So yes, it comes directly from McLean.
And do you have any information, having left there in 2021, that the same people supervising the social workers were giving those same instructions?
I mean, no, I don't know that.
Do you know anything about how many people were actually occupying beds between January 1st and January 5th of 2023?
No, it obviously has a max of, so I don't know how many patients were there, but you can have up to 22 there. So yeah.
And you've also indicated in your notes to Attorney Reddington that sometimes the people that are there for a particular period of time have the ability to go out on passes for weekends.
Correct. Yes.
Does that, in your experience, did that tend to happen around holidays?
Yes.
And so you don't know between January 1st and January 5th of 2023 who might have been assigned to a bed there but out on a pass that weekend, do you?
No, I don't know what happened that weekend.
And that would affect how many people are actually occupying the beds would affect the ratio of staff to patient during that time period, right?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, it's the same amount of staff there. Are you saying like they
right? It's the same amount of staff, regardless, because it's by shift, right?
Right.
So if the unit has 22 beds in it, but say 5 people are off on a pass for that weekend,
yeah,
then the same staff that are there
Right.
for the entire weekend have 5 less patients. They have to
No,
round
no,
with.
no. You're still assigned. Every patient has to be assigned to a mental health specialist and a nurse. And so when you go on a pass, there's a limit. And day and evening shift, like the limit of the pass is 8 hours. So no matter what, you have to check in with your staff person before you leave for your pass, and you have to check in with your assigned staff when you come back. So there's no patient who's not assigned to somebody. It's just they might not be on the unit the whole time when you're on your shift.
Okay, so if they're not, they might not lose a patient on their load,
Yeah.
for instance, but that person isn't there that they have to check in with every so often, or they have to check in with about groups or keep track of or meet with, right? If they're on a pass and they're out of the facility for 8
Right.
hours, they're physically not present, and that worker doesn't have eyes on them.
Yeah, you only check in once per shift anyway. So if they're going, you check in with them before, and when they come back, you check in with them after. But yes, you're not checking in with them when they're off the unit.
And you don't know what the numbers were
No, I don't.
during that time period. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Rankin, I'll hear you on the motion. You may step down. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it's obvious that the witness has the educational background. She certainly has the experience, interestingly enough, of that very unit that Lindsay was on for that period of time. She's well aware of the staffing, indicated to you that the staffing ratio to patient, et cetera, has not changed according to the items that the government has brought here today. That at the time that she was there, it was on a weekend. She indicated about the weekend staffing, the holiday staffing. Indicated that they have these coloring programs and programs that Patrick was relating to, and indicates this skeleton crew, if you will, in a sense, on that particular period of time in the holidays, which is very corroborative of what Patrick had indicated in his testimony. So, I'm not looking to bring her in to disparage McLean Hospital. They've done a good job of that themselves. I'm bringing her in to just have evidence as to what Patrick's testimony was relating to what his wife went through when she was in McLean, to corroborate the fact, as opposed to what was raised on direct exam with the government when they were questioning him about all of these wonderful programs that she apparently was not interested in participating in, which is very, very, I would argue, improper inference for the jury to consider.
All right. Come on.
Your Honor, would object to the witness, and even now after the voir dire, I think it's clear that the best evidence of what the defendant was provided by way of care, treatment, however you want to call it, is the record in and of itself. It's the record from McLean that documents each and every contact she had with each and every person that was on staff during the time period she was there. Now, just to be clear, there's been some indication that she went there on the 31st of December, but the records are clear to say she was transported, and she didn't arrive at McLean until the early morning hours of January 1st. So that's when the records start, and they document her each and every day and each and every step of the way, consistent with how Dr. Goodhart described the process of how you're intake and then how you go through the day and what the general schedule is in the contact with the treatment team. This witness is offering no more information than what's contained within the record, and no more information that's what's contained in the records that were just received for the trial subpoena. And I would suggest to you that the fact that she, in her last role as a social worker from 2019 to 2021, where she was a day staff person that worked Monday through Friday, that wasn't there on the weekends, that she does have a limited amount of information, and it's attenuated, more attenuated than we initially believed, from the dates in which the defendant was at this particular hospital. So I would suggest, or I would object and argue that the best evidence is the records in and of themselves, the records that now have been subpoenaed that can be admitted to identify the particular staff. I'd also like to point out that counsel is referring to offering this to rebut certain inferences or certain statements that the Commonwealth made in the direct examination of Mr. Clancy, but no one has said that McLean is a #1 hospital. That wasn't the testimony. That wasn't the question put before him. It was simply what he knew, what he observed, and if he knew what was contained within the record. So there's been no presentation of evidence that would suggest that a person needs to come in to dispute that the groups are the groups. The court and the jury can see from the record what the groups were, and they can make their own decisions based on what they described them to be in the record, if that was treatment or not treatment. I don't believe that the Commonwealth presented it as treatment. I believe the Commonwealth presented it as resources available to the individual while they were there at the hospital. The treatment piece or the therapy comes from the psychiatrist, which this witness can't testify to because she's not. So I would object for her to being called as a witness for those reasons.
All right. All right. Well, I'm looking at this really as a kind of two issues. First is late disclosure of the witness, and I'm not, and that goes into a whole different analysis, and also analysis under Rule 403, which is relating to relevant evidence. And as that rule, proposed rule says, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of, that part doesn't apply. First off, I find this witness credible. I find that, and I appreciate her being willing to offer the information that she has, but that's not always the whole finding on this. And so under cases such as Taylor versus Illinois, Commonwealth versus Dunning, Commonwealth versus Steinmeier, a couple other cases, I have to look at a number of factors. The first is prevention of surprise. Well, the Commonwealth has been aware of this issue for at least a week or so, so I'm not considering that. Evidence of bad faith, there's no bad faith I see from either side in naming this or calling this person at this time. There's the prejudice to the other party. I think there's just limited prejudice, if any, to the Commonwealth. However, though, the final two are the issues that I think are more relevant in this. One is the materiality of the testimony in this. And I find that there's limited materiality, that's hard to say, because mainly this witness hadn't worked there for a year. So there's at least a gap between when she worked there and when the relevant time period is here. There's also, I imagine, different personnel. They're working on different shifts. And so there's kind of limited value to that testimony. I also, I don't remember any 5-star type inferences. In fact, so I'm not going to, that's going to be measured by the jury. But I didn't see any mentions that this was a 5-star facility. And then also the concern is, or the factor is, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions. And I would find that the records that have been brought in pursuant to the subpoena in the last couple of days from McLean's talks about the staffing levels on holidays and not on holidays. So if there's a question of whether or not there was a quote unquote skeleton crew that was on for those, at least the first 2 days of this time that Ms. Clancy was there, that's reflected in the records. There also in the records here is a list of whatever programs were offered and also when they were offered. So if there's a question of less programs being offered on a holiday than during the week, those are contained in the records. And so I'm going to deny the defendant's motion to call this witness, but I am going to allow the defendant, if the defendant wishes, to submit those McLean's records specifically regarding the staffing and the programs that are available, not just on that weekend, but for the week. And I think there's records in there for the week before. So there could be a comparison between what was available to Ms. Clancy during the week and what was available to her on a holiday weekend. So that's going to be my finding. I'll issue a written ruling on this, but I just kind of wanted to give the parties at least some idea, as well as the witness who's been here, I know, a couple of days. I just kind of wanted to thank her for that. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2:15. We'll come back and resume the trial. Okay.
Thank you.
Board, all rise.
Exactly. That was nice, but thank you for coming. He told them exactly how to get this information in. Find somebody current. Find somebody current. She got her 15 minutes, and I'm not going to lie. As a person who actually does post on TikTok, as y'all know, that's how I started. That's what I do every day. I am not. Do you hear me? I am not. I do not think it's a good idea for anyone. Do you hear me? Anyone to get into watching trials, get into the trial so much that you think you should be kind of integrated into a trial about some shit you don't know nothing about. Just because I can run my mouth about tech, or just because I can run my mouth about the weather in Arizona, does not mean that something comes up and they call out the weather that I need to go in there. That's for the folks that are actually affected or actual witnesses of the trial. McLean is what McLean is. And that's just what it's going to be. But for someone to be able to watch trial, form an opinion, regardless of that, of having worked there, you weren't currently working there. You weren't there when she was there. She did post a TikTok because of the trial. She was watching the trial, saw Patrick Clancy's direct, where remember Patrick said all that Lindsay was doing was playing with Play-Doh and was playing with Play-Doh and coloring. And then, you know, Dr. Goodhart and everybody else came in there and said on this day she saw this person, on this day, like she saw a doctor every day. And she made a very emotional TikTok about they just try to make McLean look like it was some 5-star place, and it ain't. And I'm standing with Lizzie no matter what. She called the prosecution like an abomination or something. She said the whole medical field needs to be held responsible and accountable. And so I don't think that they listened. I don't think they listened to the judge when the judge said, I don't doubt. I'm not saying you don't need this information. I'm not saying you can't have this information. What I'm saying is there got to be somebody else. There has to be somebody currently at McLean or was at McLean while Lindsay was there that can attest to this, because you're trying to have her give information when she wasn't there a year before Lindsay got there. She had been gone from McLean a year when Lindsay got there. That you can't tell what it is. You can't say what it is. You can't say what it isn't. And they just made that a point where you said it's always 4 doctors, but right here it says something different. You said there's always a social worker, but yours, the social worker was only, you said you was picking up shifts and working. You said you didn't get no holidays off, but this say wasn't no social worker there on New Year's. So it's obviously not the same as it was when you left. All right, so it's up to y'all. We can either take a lunch or if you want, I can go back into Mob James in the Tupac trial. And then it also goes into Reggie Wright Jr. I don't know how far we'll make it. Like I said, the Tupac trial is only this afternoon, so it comes on at 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern. So I won't be able to watch the Tupac trial live today because I know Wednesdays is my early day, but I will still watch and recap. I have recapped Mob James. I have not recapped Reggie Wright Jr. just yet. Baby, when she said I summer in Cape Cod because I'm spoiled like that, baby, good night. Oh, I'm here. We can go back to Mob James. I need comedic relief. We have added Mob James. If we ever have a hard trial, we are going back to Mob James. Y'all hear me? Mob James it is. Let's go. Y'all, Big Unc got to watch Mob James. He didn't get to watch him.
Shoots a pirate blood, and then a pirate blood shoots a Southside Crypt. Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Look at
Do
him.
I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no
Can I
answer.
answer this?
When
Yes, you're only 6 minutes away.
when I was a part of that, like I was a part of that, and I was no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And when okay, let me stop.
And once again,
Making red beans and rice today.
I'll take some red beans and rice too. I'll pay. I'm sorry, y'all. But look at him. This is when you knew it's only going to get worse from here. Look at Mob James. But this is now his second or third time warning this dude in this short amount of time on this cross. Dude, you going to ask something that's going to hurt this dude. Y'all, it's going to get even worse because he's going to start talking to Keffe D directly like, hey, man, you better get him. You better get him. Look.
I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
Okay.
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood,
Okay.
as well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being sought because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
I'm not the only one up in here. No, they weren't the only one.
Okay.
It's his neighborhood in particular.
That's right.
But they were the men.
He said, am I the only one up in here? Like, baby, I didn't call him a Woody because what he wasn't going to do was tell. I'm sorry. That's the only, I get the correlation, but baby, what he wasn't going to do was tell because if Woody was trying to save himself, Woody would have had Mr. Keffe D over there up under the jail. Do you hear me?
Subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay.
There it goes. See? Look at him.
Stop.
Listen, he told people that you better
Yeah, I
tell
will.
him.
And I apologize.
Now
I
you
just wanna
making me
make sure that
say
we're
it.
clear, okay? But
We was looking for you because
in
y'all
terms of that
murdered Tupac.
information, none of those people
Why
were
do
there,
you want
right?
your client to go through this?
And what people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bear their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody. They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitnesses to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in Las, listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't
Is it
answer
a yes
that
or no?
without a what you call it. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
Oh, I am focused. Very
Focus on this.
I'm very
My
focused.
question to you is this. You
Come
didn't
on,
know what
Jay.
happened that night because you weren't there.
I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who that was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping.
Talk to your lawyer, man.
I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
I can't
Okay,
answer.
let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting.
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kinds of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Okay. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. You like It was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
It was
Now, the
real,
night
for
of
real.
the,
Come on, tell them
shooting,
how it was.
did you have a
Sam.
walkie
I believe
talkie?
everything you saying.
A Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie write?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in
I'll
his
buy
pocket. I
one,
don't know what he
Delisa.
had on his
I'll
head.
buy a
But you were
shirt.
the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type
Reggie
of
Wright,
advice.
Right Way Security has nothing to do with the gang banging security, Parus, whatever you want to call it. They had nothing to do with us.
Okay.
The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see. Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California
Yes.
by a police officer?
I don't know. He wasn't in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court and Victor Bill.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness.
What he said?
You're not going to talk to me and
Put that
tell
on the
me as a
shirt. You
grown
better
man
say as a
what I
hostile
have to do up here. I'm not finna send him to prison. You are.
You are.
So the accusation now is because
Come on,
of the
tell him
fact
what he
that we're trying
doing,
to
'cause
ask
he
you
ain't
questions,
listening.
You're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just answer your questions, we gonna have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to look. We're just
He
trying
done
to figure out
told
who
you that
shot.
he gonna hurt your client
You're
if you
telling
make
us
him
that
talk.
you're
Now
serious.
he telling
That's all.
you about to send him
At the
to
end of the day,
prison.
that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 662. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
No further questions, John.
Anything further, state?
Jesus.
All right, we've got one more phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands. Oh, we do have one. Okay.
Real quick before they get to the question, or they might be getting ready to say it. I might have missed, or I might have missed it.
Hang on
Let's
one
see.
second.
Did we already see the part where he said that these people just want to know who shot Tupac, and he looked dead at that man and then looked at Keffe D? Y'all listen. Jury, but that's why I love the jury, Keisha. I love this jury because the jury said, okay, I know you mad, but we ain't make you come. I got a question real quick. This jury been on it. They said, hey, we saw 8 cones in that picture. You only showed the 7 bullets. Y'all missing the bullet. Where's that?
All right, I have a question for you from one of our jurors, if you can answer it. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people or the police officers not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night.
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night. Right?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
All right, I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming back.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny.
Funny.
And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. You are free to go. State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, state's calling Reggie Wright Jr.
He didn't talk to Keffe D 3 times. And he didn't told this lawyer how many times? Don't ask me no question because you're going to hurt your client. Then straight up told him, I'm not sending him to prison. You are. But when they asked that man, said, just listen to me. These people here want to know one thing. They want to know who shot Tupac. And that man dropped his whole face and his eyes cut to the right, looking at damn Keffe D. Baby, I don't know why you even let this. You should have had no questions for this man. Let him go on about his business, because if they don't know nothing else, this jury know that Mob James said, Mob James knows you killed Tupac. And if they believe in Mob James, if they believe he's credible, then they could believe what he believed. Let me see what. Nicole, don't know how to read the room. That lawyer was goofy. You missed that part. Hold on. I think it was right when, I think it's in the cross. Hold on, guys.
Court's indulgence. Your Honor, state.
Law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, why y'all putting words in my mouth?
Sure.
They were outside. We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So as far as you know, law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security?
No, this was Metro posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just like what, harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there. Like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come
I know
in?
for a fact he didn't hire the Metro police.
Okay. Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table. We had at least 30, 40 of my homeboys there. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what should pay us.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and jump in there, Reggie.
So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge.
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't going to, I got to raise the word in it, but you asking me a question, I don't, and what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and the way I am, because I've changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. A phone conversation, people you trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand if you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing.
To you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitnesses to something that happened in Vegas?
Hold on.
Okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood, as well they did mine. But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being
All right, guys,
sought
I'm gonna go ahead
because-
and push it up to Reggie Wright Jr. I'll find it for you guys.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be
We'll
the
save
truth,
that
the whole
comedic
truth, and
relief
nothing
in case
but the
we
truth,
need it
so
a little
help you
bit
God?
later.
Yes, sir.
May I
I'll
please have
find
you
it.
state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Reginald Lilburn Wright Jr. Reginald. Lilburn is Lil. B as in boy. URN. Wright is WRIGHT. And I'm a junior.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Okay, great.
You're good, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where did you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised there until about the age of 19.
And who is your father? Who's your father?
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the city of Compton Police Department.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department to become a lieutenant, is it, of gangs?
Eventually captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989. And then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
And why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID.
After you left the Compton PD or took your medical retirement, where did you next work?
Well, to be honest, my last year or two of being a police officer, I was employed as death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies. It wasn't just death row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security. Worked at nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
Compton PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was really young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well, actually, let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job. And like I said, I started in like 1985, so kind of got familiar while I was working the jail. And it was something that was curious to me, being that my father was active with the gangs and It was something that was intriguing to me as well.
When you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mob Piru territory?
That's correct, sir.
So when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mob Piru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Luther's Park, Piru area. But then, I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1978, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mob Piru.
So they were Luther's Park, Piru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mob Piru.
Yeah, we pretty much divided it. Everything south of Rosecrans was mob, and everything north was, or the other way around. North was mob, and south were Luther's area of Rosecrans Avenue.
Were you familiar with a gang called the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Well, growing up in the city of Compton, we all played sports together, and heard of them when I was playing at Kelly Park, baseball, Little League baseball at Compton Northern, and then my time in '85 as a jailer, and then I worked in the streets of Compton as a police officer from 1989.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially in law enforcement. Heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keffe at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him or any had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead. Then later on, he was known as a drug dealer. And I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
All right. So then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company.
He didn't call the man a crackhead and said he really wasn't doing what he thought he was doing. We didn't really enforce on the level of drugs that he was dealing. What?
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for death row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your clients? Was your client just death row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients, like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton that they were repoing people's cars and they needed a car. But my biggest, 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean?
Hey, Lane, Cardi B said when you beef,
it grew over time period. In '94, it was just mainly just special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. Had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, two with Mr. Shakur, two with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Brodus, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
And when you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
Because they were able to carry guns concealed, where it's not exposed. We had exposed officers at the studio, but mainly the bodyguards carried their weapons concealed.
And we heard,
and for the training as well.
we heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that there were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
That's correct. Mob, looters, West Side, generally Pirus from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And so, and the Crips are, I mean, they're, well, let me ask you, Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was a unique situation because one of their main artists, prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label, was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seemed to have a great working relationship prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
All right. I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid-90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right. So we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record. And then who would you say his most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, Biggie Small.
Okay. And then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point, did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened in '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995. Does that contribute to it?
Yes, sir. That was August the 6th, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Suge's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. That's right.
And then is it fair to say that your perception of as security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Suge's friends in Atlanta?
That was always the story that was told to us. Yes, sir.
And so is it fair to say by 1995, the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir.
As security for Death Row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of tension when it came to Bad Boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. His distributor, the main distributor, was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month, I'm sorry, during that time. When Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, but we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
It's debated how that happened, but
I'm not asking about the how. I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now, as security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right?
Yeah.
If you don't know,
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yes.
Okay, whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
Yeah, I'm in some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember, I picked him up from the airport, me and one of my security guys named Keffe D. And we took him immediately, we went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the studio, the recording studio that night. And from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire, and later on a house in Calabasas.
As the head of Right Way Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Well, I had two guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was a guy by the name of Kevin Ackey, who was with him a lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was the one that worked with him as well. And then I will always have additional guys, like Al Giddings is one of them, fill in for him when those guys wasn't available. But generally always had one security guard with him. After this particular song came out, in about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called "Hit 'Em Up."
Baby.
And is it fair to say,
If you know, you know,
that in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to prove it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight, possibly Mr. Shakur, and maybe the security officer that was primarily with them, we all agreed that he probably need another guy with him.
Were you aware during this time of a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton Southside Crips.
Now, the Southside Crips, that was the same gang that you had told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean Keffe D.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then was there ever a time where Death Row and you and whatever other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the Southside Compton Crips at all?
Yes. We had it at a Soul Train Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him, and I even think I might have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media, where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember, well, I'm going to ask you what your independent recollection is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train, what is it? The Soul Train Music Awards?
Soul Train Music Awards, yes.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
April, May of 95.
Of 95?
Sorry, 96.
Okay, of 96.
96, I'm sorry.
And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, it was before Hit 'Em Up.
Yes.
Okay, tell us what happened at the Soul Train Music Awards.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us, but they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that. So we drove in the back, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer, and myself and Frank, which was Tupac's security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind them. As we was getting out of the vehicle, or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Puffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the South Side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling, and confrontation between Mr. Small, Biggie, and Mr. Cora took place, to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon. And then that's when I pulled my firearm and towards him and begged with him, pleaded with him not to raise the gun. There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentlemen took off and ran towards the street in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and couple of the people that was with him took off and ran.
Now, you said that South Side was providing that type of backup?
They were with them in entourage, yes, sir.
Do you recall whether Duane Davis was one of those people?
Believe he was. I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend. When do you come to Las Vegas for that weekend?
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I came out that Friday. So we had a nightclub that was in the process of being open. And out here, I guess, there's some type of cars that everyone that work around people that's having alcohol, I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cars for that night, because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's. We got to have everything on point, because if everything goes smoothly tonight, there's a good chance we're going to be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name.
Okay, so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
Okay. And then when you got the advice from the attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak?
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hasn't officially or never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone, it will spell out the word MOB, which means members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore.
I forgot about that.
And so the club itself, the name of the club itself rang out that it was a blood-affiliated club.
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, that we shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So your understanding was, or at least the advice that you got was, inside Club 662, if you're working it for right-way security,
correct,
you're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Kali's office. He said it. Mr. Khalid said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today, I can't say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
So what you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalid's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after
No,
they had all came from the tail cars
podcast too.
meeting
Or
because I
YouTube
took them all
channel.
to Fridays. And we went and ate at Fridays after that meeting. So it was that Friday.
Okay. And then, so the process was with your folks, people working with you, was that they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required.
Uh-oh, guys. Hold
To do
on.
the work that you needed them to do in 662, then have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm.
That's correct.
Did you do anything else that night, Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays. But for some reason, we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. Well, Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night that Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to have the club open because of that fight?
Those were the only times the club, under Mr. Knight, the Club 662 banner, we only did that about 3 times. And that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, the Friday and the Saturday. And then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial, which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the security for Club 662 that night?
Well, ultimately I am, but I had a on-site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately as the owner, I was.
And then we heard from James McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him. But he and I, we've been knowing each other over 52 years, So, I mean, that was like my brother. So James used to do it as a hustle. What James would do is go outside, get guys that look like they had a bunch of money and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy, but James was just out there working the door. Still gonna have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout, still, blood related, pyro related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge or the person contracted to be in charge of death row security, were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Okay, well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we, Mr. Khalid, who he had something worked out because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty. They were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty. But my guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door and the street traffic control and the parking lot. And so I guess how they got that approved was
well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club, yes.
Yeah, but you're the point of contact for the club. And then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Glases?
He was the one that got them there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay. So you weren't the one that called Metro.
No, sir.
So anything that you would have said regarding that is just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been.
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promoted it as a benefit for a retired boxer, for a police or retired. He was a retired police officer that was promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
So that kind of is adding to the P's and Q's that make Mr. Knight look better when the transfer of when they're trying to transfer this club. Hey, we're also holding a benefit.
That and also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so Mr. Shakur was scheduled to perform that night at Club 662. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community service.
Yes, sir.
So when was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday. I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Cora actually rode up with, I guess, his fiance and a few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was Malcolm Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And I think he goes by the name Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Katari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Afula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
Okay. And you said Mr. Alexander was the person that's supposed to be working security, or a person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song "Hit 'Em Up" had come out, and that was probably 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers.
His fiance, you talking Tupac's fiance? Tupac's fiance was, I'm about to say Kiafa, but that's Michael Vick's woman. It's what's her name, y'all? It's Quincy Jones' daughter. Kidada? Is it Kidada Jones?
You gonna make me make stuff up.
Don't make stuff up.
Kiana.
It ain't Kiana. I think it's Kidada.
Fofo.
Shut up, Tiffany. I think it's Kidada. Don't listen to them. But it's Quincy Jones' daughter. I believe it's Kidada. I gotta look it up.
There's to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and writing, and that's who I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was with him. You know, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur. And for some reason, he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with her arrest.
So the fight night arrives. Where are you? Do you go to the fight?
I went to the parking lot of the fight, so it was kind of hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot at MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
It was Club 662. It was on Flamingo. Is that right?
1700 block of Flamingo. Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not in a position great for any of this, but there we have. Can you see the 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you. Commissioner Brooks, Your Honor? Your Honor, Commissioner Brooks?
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Same with about the courtroom freely.
Thank you. You see clubs, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing what Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662.
That's correct, sir.
Was it? Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
Well, I guess. I'm sure we got worked out. Yes, sir.
And then was Club 662? Did you stay at Club 662 or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed there the whole time until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Okay, so we'll start before we get there. How was 662 super busy that night, or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting crowded until about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. So it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there, and then you something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot, and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head by a bullet. Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
Two gentlemen, Buntry, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams, and his moniker is Neckbone. They came inside the club. They came straight to me. It was like, Reggie, Suge and Pop just got shot down the street. I thought they were messing with me because they like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Khaleesi was standing near me. I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out heading that way.
Now you mentioned two people, Buntry, Alton McDonald. Does Buntry have any relation to James McDonald, the person that testified before you?
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you mentioned Neckbone, Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mob Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Pyro around?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That would be a fair, yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well, at that time when Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me, and I just knew they would eventually will get there. But no, I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him all that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
He worked for Right Way as well.
Okay. And so Then you have Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight headed to Club 662. To your knowledge, whether other people headed over, I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Buntree. Whether other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On driving over, was it more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Buntree and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from the attorney, what do?
Me and Mr. Calise and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, his primary job was to work at the club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Calise and headed towards the scene, where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However, en route, Mr. Calise was on the phone, and we were notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntree and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntree, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now, let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, and in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or like for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released about 4 or 5 that morning. But I know I was back at his house. I went and got his home secured. And I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
By phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what had just happened to Shug and Mr. Shakur. It's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
How are you calling him?
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day?
Well, during that night or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around that, hey, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from Southside Compton Clubs. And so I relayed that to him. Didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it with some guys from Southside. And I told them, hey, it's going to be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? Or when did you go back to California?
Yeah. About 2 weeks later.
So you were in town while Mr. Shakur was at the hospital?
The whole time he was at the hospital, and that following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had 2 guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life. And they were there just we had problems with, I remember a candy striper trying to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lying, fighting for his life. And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Ms. Shakur, his mother, was in charge, but just mainly trying to.
They just came back, but they actually, we can stop this one. They just came back, but they went straight on sidebar. We'll share this one instead. They just came back. They didn't come. They weren't set to come back today until 2:15, not 2 o'clock like normal, but you know they always take a little extra time. And then they came back and just went straight on sidebar. So they're back, but just went into sidebar. So what do y'all think? So everybody got to see Mob James together. Big Unc just saw Mob James, and he is in tears. He said, I can't believe. He said, I'd have slapped my lawyer. I'd have went to jail for assault right there in that courtroom, because he's telling you to shut up talking to him, that he gonna say something. And you keep pushing. You keep pushing. Go keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. And he kept talking to Keffe D. I'm not talking about nothing. Yeah. And the other thing is, I think the unaliving of Tupac got romanticized because of who we knew him to be. We see poetic justice. We see the larger than life. We see the model. We see the rapper. We see, so he had like a tough guy, gritty side. Like he was literally a sex symbol to some people, right? So we see this larger than life person, but they just see Pac, all right? And then you got to look up and see that all the people hanging around Tupac was more like Bishop or like Birdie from Above the Rim. You know, we saw a different world and just thought he was, there you go. He thought, again, come on, friend. We saw a different world and thought he was that Pac that came in to check on Miss James, you know? And we thought that was cute. He had the 6-inch Timbs on and things, you know. But in all actuality, everything and everybody around him was more like Bishop or Birdie, you know? And so because a lot of people didn't understand or know the real world that he was in, however, whether it was the people believed that he was this gangster, or whether people are like Mob James, the people that were seemed like they was the gangsters, are saying no, he inherited this. He was on Moesha. He was. But people, you know, it kind of got romanticized. And then for him to drop Machiavelli, we thought that he was dropping clues about where he was going to be, that he planned it. We thought that was the theory. We thought that meant he was coming back. Then he dropped all them damn songs posthumous. We knew he was over in Cuba in the studio. Like, we just did not understand that this was literally somebody like Baby Lane, who already had M charges hanging over top of him, jumping on people in the mall. This was a situation of if somebody would have jumped on Mob James in the mall. See what I'm saying? But because it was never spoke about, and they even say in that war, those 10 days after he was killed, I believe there was like 3 people killed, kids hit, bystanders hit, and none of those things are solved either. Like when Mob James said, I made it to 61 years and I ain't make it by talking about what happened 30 years ago. I ain't rehashing nothing. He told you we mounted up to go get, they had to pay it back for murdering Tupac. He told you that they were already mounted up and ready to go, and they thought, and they had been told that Tupac was going to be all right, and they were still that mad. Ain't no telling what has happened, what didn't happen. And to be honest, and then to know that Keffe D's name legitimately came up, legitimately came up in the unaliving of Biggie, It almost seems strategic, but that would be a conspiracy theory as well. It almost seems strategic that Keffe D was taking out the money.
All rise, please. You're entering.
Who has besides when Snoop just recently took over Death Row, who did Death Row have after Tupac was gone? Really? Regular Bad Boy, who did they have after Biggie? Diddy had to get creative. He had Bad Boy South, where he had the Boys in the Hood. Jeezy came out of that. Did Jody Breeze do anything after that? But Jeezy came out of that, but he went on, did his thing. The Bad Boy South had 8 Ball of MJG on it. They had to get creative. Keffe D was taking out the money, baby.
All right. Well, everyone, thank you for your patience. And I'm going to ask you for some more patience. All right. Due to an unforeseen circumstance,
we're
going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. All right. This is not something we saw coming, but you're not to speculate about what it is. You're not to hold it against either side. It's just something that we have to deal with. All right. And so I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. I'm going to remind you, as I have every night for the last number of weeks, don't do any research about this case.
You could have let me go home. I could have ate at home and maybe eat some fast food, and I have
about
to.
This case or similar cases. And with that, we'll bring you back here. We will deal what we have to deal with, and we'll get right back on track. We are still well within the timeline that I gave you regarding this case. But it's just something we can't control. So
well within the timeline. You don't need to go that far.
Tomorrow, with my thanks for your patience, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
All rise, please.
Friend. All
right.
I should have known it was you.
Maybe we can be seated. Anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
Yes, whatever made us go home.
Right, so we will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
What? All rise.
All right, guys. All right, guys. So that is it for the day in the Clancy trial. We know that the Tupac trial actually does not start for another hour and a half today. It's only half a day. I know they have a few of these half days scheduled. I don't know what happened with the Clancy trial here. This Clancy trial, obviously, something happened, but after that voir dire, they said unforeseen circumstances, so we'll be back in the morning. So I'll get all of that recap. Then we'll do I'll pull up the Tupac trial later, and we'll get all of that recap. But as of today, Cape Cod happened. You know, she's spoiled like that. Oh my goodness! All right, guys. Well, I can't complain. It's Wednesday, and Wednesdays is usually my early day. So, well, not usually. It is my early day. Big Uncle already left. All right, guys. Well, I will see you in the morning. We will be back, and I'm sure there'll be some highlights today, but we'll pull some more highlights, and I'll try to get caught up on the Tupac trial. I think I still need to recap Reggie Wright, which was the last witness for yesterday, and then today. All right. See y'all in the morning.